Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
What is going on, everybody? How are y'all doing this evening? We've got a wonderful Chicago Bears NFL stream coming at you this evening as we're going to talk through what went on, what went wrong, what went right in the Chicago Bears loss to the Detroit Lions on Sunday. So, Zeke Philpott asks, as a matter of fact, I hope we talk about free agent targets after the film. We could talk about it a little bit. For sure, I don't want to take anything away from you. I think I haven't done a particular lot of free agent analysis, so I'd be doing probably the same thing that just about anybody else would, which is taking a look at some names and naming the names that I think are interesting, even if I don't really know whether they're actually a scheme fit or not. But Marshall, how you doing? Hey, Kusai, howdy ho. Sean from the Go, what's going on? Scott, you're not entirely wrong. That's for doggone sure. I can't help but think that this game is going to be really interesting to walk through. Because look, the most interesting part about this game of football, and probably what I would say, yes, Spectre, and boy did I need it. This is probably the hottest take that you're going to hear from me. Not really. It's the most polarizing, because I think there are a lot of people, what's going on, Breno, that want to come out of this game feeling like Justin Fields did absolutely everything right. This is a beautiful example of the new normal for Justin Fields. That's a way that I would put it, right? Imagine if you could take the Fields that we saw from the Texans game, the one that really, really struggled, right? And we put Fields back in the same game, and we said, okay, Justin, what would you do now against the Texans? And honestly, this is a really interesting case study to follow because, gracious alive, it's not like Fields played particularly well, especially as a passer, and a lot of the issues that we saw in both his rookie year and the early pieces of this sophomore season reared their ugly heads, and yet, with 140 yards on the ground, with an offense that battled, let's say, some iffy officiating on their side of the field. Because, look, I am not about to try to pretend that every call that did or didn't go their way is somehow not right on the line. But, boy, did it feel like all of the toss-up calls went against them one way or another. It's just my 2 cents. There are going to be some games where the Bears get bailed out by every penalty in the book, but I'd say that it was probably 5 weird calls against to 1 weird call for. We'll get there when we get there. I thought the defense is actually worth looking at this week. Look, it's not the most interesting defensive tape in the world, but it's not the Cowboys and it's not the Dolphins, where, gracious alive, the Bears just got smoked and you really didn't get to learn much. And we can take a look at number 57, Jack Sanborn, see how he's meshing as well as the rest of the rookies. Zeke, the interesting piece about free agents isn't that we don't have time per se. It's more that I think that we're going to know even more as we get to the end of the year, because we don't right now know who is and who hasn't established themselves. But we'll see. Yeah, exactly. It maybe just 2 minutes. Look, MJ, I completely hear you. It's not by any means that I'm trying to look at Justin Fields and suggest that he did like everything wrong or something. It's more that as we go through the film, you're going to see a lot of things that you looked at a couple weeks ago and went, ooh, I hope he fixes that. And you know what? We still haven't fixed all of them yet. And the beautiful thing is that when Justin Fields is putting up 2 touchdowns that make him look like an alien and 140 more rushing yards on the ground, like, he is developing enough to where he's currently a quarterback that I think you can win with, if not win because of. And that's all you're really looking for early on in your NFL career. You want to be a quarterback that is helping your team win. Now, can he get better at the technical pieces? I sure think so. Will he get better at them? I sure think so. Will it be next week? Probably not. I mean, there's a lot of this stuff that's going to take additions to the team's wide receiver core. I think better protection would help a lot. I think more reps within the scheme is going to help Justin Fields' comfort level really rise to a point where it's not that he's never going to make mistakes, but he's certainly going to be able to get rid of the football on some of these downs that he's taking sacks on. But that's just my 2 cents. Like you're saying, Ben, I mean, another bye week is coming. We obviously saw just how beneficial this latest bye week was. It does feel like most of the Bears installs right now are more dedicated to the option offense that they're starting to run on the ground, and I think that's time well spent. I mean, the Bears rushing offense looks really fun, if not outright good. But It's an interesting game to watch, and I'm pitching it that way. Let's see here. Another comment is coming in. I'm saying Justin isn't going to be Roger Quick Game. You know what? If he was Roger's Quick Game, that would be awesome, but I'm saying he's not going to be Roger's Quick Game next week, that's for sure. And so I think the other most interesting thing I'd say about this, if you guys have been attending my streams for long enough, you've heard me say it before, right? But I feel like this is another game where Justin Fields looks like an extremely talented, high-performing, bright future ahead of him rookie. He looks a little behind in his development curve compared to some of the quarterbacks that we've watched over the years. But, okay, look, I'll just come right out and say it. This is very similar to what we saw with Josh Allen. This is very similar to what we saw with Tua Tagovailoa, with Jalen Hurts. The stuff that I've been saying about how high school offenses are at a point where it takes a little bit longer as you go through college and hit the pros to learn the pro game, to speed up to pro speed, to start playing a lot of the West Coast offense pieces that are pretty much staples in every NFL offense right now. That's not just pro Fields talk. It's not excuses. That's not words. It's stuff I really mean. And I think Fields is showing us that the easy stuff, or the stuff that's not so easy that he's not very good at, still is not so easy and still isn't very good. But the stuff that he is good at, the alien touchdown that we'll get to, which I just don't know how many other people score. I feel like everybody on the planet is underreacting to that 12 seconds left in the half. 3rd and 1, nobody open, 3 people bearing down on you, play that he made from the pocket. That was outrageous, finding a way out of those tackles and getting into the end zone. And then obviously the 60-plus yard touchdown was just phenomenal. So when your quarterback can do that, he affords you time to grow doing other stuff. And I think that's the key. Like Josh is saying, I do think his pocket awareness has gotten better, but you know what? We've done enough talking, haven't we? It's time to get into the film. And yeah, Spectre, he did. He smoked him. Should be a good stream, as always. I forgot to change the donation thing. We'll do that another time. Definitely not tonight. But donations are always appreciated. Like the stream if you haven't. Tell other people to like it as they come along. As usual, we will continue to probably build up to a larger viewership around the hour mark, which is just goofy. But exactly like you're saying, Sonny, instead of Bears fans worrying about if Fields will develop as a passer, worry about when Fields develops passing to the elite level. I think that, Sonny, the question isn't will he get better? It's how much better will he get? It's kind of like watching Lamar, to be honest, where Lamar Jackson obviously got a ton better from his rookie to his sophomore season as a passer, and I expect Fields to take a similar jump forward. Right now, he needs a receiver he can trust. Hate to say it, it's not Mooney, and it's certainly not Claypool at this moment, right? He needs an offensive line that he can trust. He needs to learn to get the ball to the check down. He needs to learn to throw with anticipation, which I think looks very similar to trust, and I'm hoping that as he trusts a receiver that the anticipation will come. But that's enough of me talking as if we're on a podcast. Let me show you what I'm seeing, right? So we start out with 1st and 10. Kicking off the game in the most honestly predictable way fashionable. Now, I do think it's really crafty the way the Bears get into this, okay? So they start in a 2-bunch set ever so slightly out wide. They're going to pull Equanimeous St. Brown over. When they do, it's going to pull the Lions up, just like you've seen here. So everybody's up against the line of scrimmage. But you don't really run zone read when you've got 2 receivers out here. That's a little bit ridiculous. Now that they've motioned the receiver over, though, they can kind of catch the defense sleeping a little bit because suddenly they're in a perfectly comfortable zone read formation, and they take advantage, as you can see here. The edge tries to surf it, but you can't stop your feet against Justin Fields. He runs right around 28-yard gain. I mean, it is this easy for Justin Fields. I feel very comfortable saying he's one of the most electric athletes in the NFL right now, especially at the quarterback position, if you want to just limit it to that. And so technique like you see here from 99 just is not going to cut the mustard against Justin Fields, as you can see him stick a little too flat to the line of scrimmage, which again would work against Jimmy Garoppolo. It would work against Jared Goff. It might even work against Mitch Trubisky, but it's not going to work against number one, as he just runs away from everybody for an immediate chunk play on the ground. And Ace, I agree with you. I think that that's something I've said, for crying out loud, that at Ohio State, he just didn't have to anticipate. Like, there's none of this that he's gotten, or like there's none of the anticipation piece of his football game that he learned in college or had to learn in high school. The guy was playing with Garrett Wilson, first-round pick, Chris Olave, first-round pick, and a litany of, or like a quality offensive line and a litany of other weapons at Ohio State. Trust me, when he wanted his receiver to be open against Rutgers, they just were. And so there's a lot of this that's extra practice that when Drew Brees played at Purdue that Brees didn't get. So he was able to hit the league and understand things a little better, and even he had a slow start. But so anyways, back to it. Next up, obviously we've already had 1st and 10, so let's move on. Yeah, exactly, Ben. I mean, he looks like a Madden quarterback in the best and the worst kinds of ways. But so 1st and 10. Next, we've got another run. It's a sweet little pin and pull that the Bears have been working on. They don't get a great block on Anzalone, but come on. How fun is it watching David Montgomery take a hit right here? He's already down. Like, shoestring tackle at the line of scrimmage. Contact. How does he stay up? It is beyond me. Only he knows. But it is really sweet. But it's awesome. I love the way that the Bears will attack these loaded boxes, because you got to remember to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 in the box. When you're playing middle field closed defenses like this with almost everybody between the pipes, you can run toss crack. We used to call it toss crack when we were running Nagy stuff. A lot of people are calling this pin and pull. So I'll change my terminology because I'm just a guy on the internet. I'm not a coach. I'm not hell-bent on picking one over the other. But so because of that, you end up, Alexander, with Herbert going on IR, he's not going to be forgotten for much longer. You get a nice little pin right here, as basically you're having Equanimeous St. Brown take out an edge rusher, getting Braxton Jones around to block out in front. If you've never seen this concept before, I will take personal responsibility, or just assume you haven't watched the stream. It's Claypool against Hayden Hutchinson, and he gets beat, which is fine, because Montgomery can make the most out of it. Credit to Braxton Jones. His pass blocking is still coming along, but the guy can move as he gets out into space, takes the defensive back out, just like the league wants, no cut block, and then Montgomery just does alien zombie things and turns what should have been probably a gain of 1, and then could have been a gain of 4 into a gain of 9, which is wild. Brano, thank you for enjoying that. I thought that was really interesting. I'm glad you did too. But so, moving on, Bears end up with 2nd and 1. They go play action pass here. It's nice and easy, truly. I mean, these are the plays that Justin Fields isn't really getting a lot of credit for, because all of Justin Fields' haters, and I do mean the haters, right? There are plenty of critics. There are some haters, right? Could he throw it to Darnell Mooney here for a 1st down? In theory, probably, like a quick little snipe along the sidelines. But I'll ask you this. Why? Who cares? Like, just run the ball. Make it easy on yourself. Almost all of, hey, Khalid, how you doing? Almost all of the rules that you've heard for quarterbacks assume that a quarterback is much closer to Nick Foles than they are Justin Fields. The rules that you understand for quarterbacks, not you, everybody, but you're going to get what I mean, like the standard quarterbacking rules that you've always been told are prescribed for Mitch Trubisky to remember that he's not more athletic than Anzalone over here. Like, the rules change when you as a quarterback are faster than everybody inside of this arc. Like, when you are quicker than all of them and you're just as fast as the other 3, stuff changes. Math changes. Rules change. The play calls that you have change. Exactly. He has been his check down. At Ohio State, he ran plays like this all the time. So to suggest that Fields like has to pass the ball more, we're going to get there. Like there's a drop back passing component to this offense that is massively missing, and it is everybody's fault. But there are some of these plays that he's getting false criticism for. Like, it's not as if I'm pointing at this one specifically, but people will just diminish the fact that he's currently set a 3-week record and holds the single game record for quarterback rushing yards, as if that doesn't matter, and suggest that only his raw passing totals matter, not yards per attempt. Right? Not yards per, or not EPA per play, not anything or like per play based, not anything, it's called rate based, but specifically we want to talk about 160 some odd yards through the air instead of talking about total touchdowns, of which over the last 2 weeks he has 5 through the air. We don't want to talk about yards per attempt, which is perfectly fine over the course of this season. It's, as an analyst, it hurts my heart having to defend stuff that I thought was obvious enough that I didn't need to talk about it. But that's just me on my soapbox, right? Lions load the box again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? And so within that, the Bears are going to catch the Lions, and I really like how they do this. Like, it's a short little motion. Look, not all of Getsy's ideas are winners. We'll get there. I appreciate that Getsy is trying things as they motion him over to this bunch, and then they're going to pull him back across and give him the ball, right? So they motion him over. Everybody pinches in just a little bit more because obviously now there's no threats to this entire side, right? It's simple stuff, isn't it? But then the Bears are going to run at that side. They're going to arc block 2 of the guys off the end, and they're going to catch the Lions in a position that they don't want to be caught in. 2-on-1 where one can get to 2, and at that point you're good to go. Equanimeous St. Brown cuts up field, does a great job just sustaining contact, fights past the yardage, good to go. Christian, you're not wrong. And Josh, the hope would be that it will be eventually, but I like the design. I mean, this is simple stuff to keep guys on their toes because the Bears have been doing so much rollout action, right? That what I think that they're really trying to do within these kinds of play calls is basically try to assist the common ones. So normally you've got handoffs as I wish I could do the changing color thing that JT does so well, but like you've got handoffs for Montgomery here. You've got rollouts for Fields that attack this way. So you really don't have a ton of stuff outside of maybe like stretch runs that's going to press the edges here. And little motions like this make sure to keep guys on their toes so that you can try to get the linebackers flowing out of the lanes that they should be. And especially if, in this case, you hand it off and look at 55, right? Let's watch him specifically. 55 does exactly what this play is supposed to do, as he does not react. He doesn't see this coming, right? And so he's actually going to step inside, take basically the wrong lane, and ESB takes the ball and is now one linebacker lighter. Who would have made the play had it been Madden and they read your play sheet? It would have been 55. Right? He would have motioned over with Equanimeous St. Brown. He would have tackled him very easily. That actually happens later in the game, right? But because the Bears catch him misdirected, they're able to turn what should be a gain of maybe 1 into a gain of maybe 5. Into a gain of about 10 with potentially more coming up. It's nice. Okay, so talking about the lighting, it's funny you guys mentioned it. I'm trying to figure out how to light this place up without burning everybody's retinas out. So Jeff Burkus, you can thank him for this, thought that my other background was awful. So I shifted the camera over to here. Hi. You get a different view, I guess, of the room. And I'm going to figure out how to gussy up the background a little bit better so that it doesn't look like a room. He cares. I don't really care. But whatever. So at this point, because the lamp usually is over there, I honestly, Vlad, I did too. I'm trying to work it out. But anyways, we'll get there. Like, let's see, next play up. Yeah, Alexander, that's what I thought. I was like, I don't think anybody cares. But so, anyways, Yeah, Zeke, I don't think it's bad either. Let's move on. So the Bears are going to do like it's again an RSO where the RS is screen. But what I think is really neato is that the R is a draw on this, right? And so they get a screen option to Montgomery and a draw if they don't like it, right? Check it out. Linebacker picks up what JT O'Sullivan would call the fast motion right there. And so as Fields catches the ball and takes a look out, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 out here with Fields taking a look downfield. Doesn't really like it, especially with this DB pinching in so hard. That just seems like it's a blow up waiting to happen. And because of that, the Bears get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the draw. Play call wise, I really like it. This is like option football style. This is fun stuff. It's things that keep a defense on their toes. It's not talent based. The only problem is that on every offense in football, when you ultimately lose your matchup, you get wrecked. It's Falcons, Vlad. You got the bird part right, but the quality of bird is very different. So when you lose your one-on-one matchups, even the best play calls go awry, and Cody Whitehair sure loses that matchup, doesn't he? Like, draw or not, you can't get tossed out of the play. I'm glad he's not on his butt because it's not quite as embarrassing. But 55, big dude, comes up and makes a tackle that even the linebacker, Anzalone, might not have made, especially if Sam Mustipher necessarily got out there and engaged him a little bit better. He really doesn't. But look, if the Bears could find a way to get an ever so slightly more agile center and certainly a bit more aggressive, I am going to be really curious as to what happens in their run game, because I hate the phrase patty cake, but there are a few too many times for my personal liking where Sam Mustipher goes out there, two-hand touches the guy in front of him and says, no worries, I'm good. But so then Bears check to a play. Too many people talk about how Fields doesn't audible. He doesn't audible in the traditional sense, but he will check into something, and we get our first penalty of the game. You tell me, Bears fan or not Bears fan, football fan out there, is it a hold? Is it not a hold? We're looking at Braxton Jones. I am inclined to think that this one is a tough call, because in my personal opinion, the hold doesn't really make a big difference, and it feels, I don't know, it kind of feels like Anzalone here is just turning to turn. Like, you're going to get a look at it from the back or from the back side. It's not that it's like, okay, what if I said it this way? It's not that it's not a hold. It's that I feel like this hold gets called, or this hold doesn't get called nearly as often as it happens. Exactly, Josh. Like, it's that is it a hold by the technical definition? I guess. Is it a hold by is it egregious enough to be considered an NFL hold? It's not really our decision, is it? It's apparently the Zebras' decision, and they decided 10-yard loss, right? And so the Bears, it's not that the Bears struggle on offense. Right now, they are balling. Censored, he said that earlier in the season, and they gave him the opportunity so he could check out of a play, usually. Like, okay, so I'm glad you asked. So play 1. That's what he starts with, right? He can check into a run almost always. Like, it's very simplistic, right? This is like, to be very blunt with you guys, this is baby's first audible in the general sense. But he has the opportunity to check out of the play and into a different one, usually a very basic run. But it's not full control of the audible, so to speak. Anyways, whatever happened to Lucas Patrick, Jay Sanders, I believe he's hurt. So then on 2nd and 14, the Bears do another play action rollout. Let's go ahead and increment the counter if you want to, because this is the second rollout of the game. And if I can be really honest with you guys, look, I am not a route designer. I would love to pretend that I was, right? But I don't think this is great from Trey Wesco here, where what you'll see on this one at the very least is rail route. You'll see the usual over route. You'll see a flat route, and then you'll see This guy, I believe he's just clearing out with like a post or something like that, right? Covered. Don't throw to him. Debatable, but not really. Like, maybe you snipe it to him, but you'd need to actually trust Equanimeous St. Brown. You'd like a little bit more separation on a true over, and when you just run a route this flat against man coverage, it's just not ideal. The biggest problem I have is that Wesco's route is so shallow that he allows this linebacker to cover them both. I think Fields presses him right here. Like, take a look. Fields' footwork suggests to me that he's trying to get Wesco open for a catch and run. Instead, 40, while engaging him, Wesco doesn't really fade back almost at all. Like, I think Fields would have wanted him to just head up field here. He doesn't, though, and that's, chemistry, I guess. But Fields tries to feed the throw to him through either way. You don't love that. It could have been a pick, maybe, but at the very least, pass deflections are always spooky. And so, not the ideal play by any stretch of the imagination, but I wouldn't exactly say that anything was like Giga Chad open there. Haplo, I think your point is interesting. It's not like Kmet is closed, so to speak, but this throw on 2nd and 14 is debatably what the defense wants, because if you put that ball into Kmet's breadbasket, it rules. But ultimately, it wouldn't surprise me if, like you're saying, that Fields was so focused on trying to do a give and go here that he just didn't look and see Kmet in the end zone, because that usually just isn't open, to be honest. I think you do take a shot at the wheel route for what it's worth. Like, looking at this again, which is part of why I like doing the stream live, because we can have a discussion, so to speak, that he looked at Kmet earlier in the play. Let me back up at this point. So he looks at Kmet right there, and I think he just assumes, let's see, I can even back it up and show you. Like, he's looking at Kmet right now, and he doesn't like what he sees. And so then he looks up, he checks the alert coming over. That's not open. And so then this route right here, let's see. Yeah, it's not a post, is it? It's something like that. But anyways, he wants to work Wesco because that's the safest thing you do. You got to remember that also it's 2nd and 14. Yes, it's like learning moment. He should take a shot at the end zone. But if I can just go ahead and defend a young quarterback for a moment, his coach is telling him, let's try to get to here. Like, let's get some yards. And so at that point, that's why I think he goes for the give and go. It doesn't work. Ball gets batted down. They move on to 3rd down. And on 3rd and 14, I mean, if you thought I was kidding or being too kind about the idea that his coach likely emphasized, hey, it's 2nd and long. We just got to get some yards and set up 3rd and manageable. The call on 3rd down all but confirms that same line of thinking as the Bears check. And so you'll see it right here. Ace, maybe it would have involved throwing across his body. I think he was just trying to generate something easy and basically got caught in a decision that was just okay. But so on 3rd and 14, the Bears check right here. Check to a run up the middle. And that's really all it is. Does it have some potential zone read option on it? Maybe, but if it did, I would assume that the edge is the read defender, and Fields doesn't actually look like his eyes are looking at literally anything. It seems like just a straight handoff up the middle, and no, believe it or not, that doesn't gain 14 yards in the red zone. Bummer. But it seems to me as if that was a very safe call, right? But so Bears at this point are just taking a look, seeing that they don't like the look in front of them, and checking to something that gets them the field goal. It's not the way I would love to run offense, but I mean, based on some of the guys that they've got starting on their offense, it might just be the way they feel like they can win best. Go down there and start with some points. But yeah, you get the idea. And TD machine run at this point, Kmet very well might have mossed him. Like, that would have been sweet. Joe Calzano asks, are you worried about the reliance on his running will create bad habits and turn into a crutch instead of a weapon? Joe, isn't that the standard balance of every NFL quarterback's passing attack, right? As soon as Justin Herbert starts relying on his big arm, it becomes, why is Herbert not working literally anything short? And then him him and Joe Lombardi basically begin this like silent battle of the minds between how are we going to run our offense. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is the rare one in that, I mean, frankly, even him, because he used to take these just massive, to harp on Mahomes a little bit, Mahomes had this habit, because it was originally a strength, of dropping so deep in the pocket that he could go fundamentally wherever he wanted to. And then he could go further from here. That's just the edge of the screen, for crying out loud. And he'd still be able to launch the ball to Kingdom Come. Like, he had no issue delivering the ball 40, 50, 60 yards down the field, running backwards. And then, in the Super Bowl, which granted, he lost both of his tackles, it became a habit, and a predictable one, that if you hit Mahomes with a little bit of pressure up the middle, you'd catch him running backwards and might very well be able to track him down for a huge sack. So to that end, Joe, it wouldn't surprise me if all of this running right now, it needs to be a bit of a means to an end. Now, it'll never totally go away. Why would it? When you've got a quarterback that's able to just bake people like Fields has done, why would you ever just stop using that weapon? You need this weapon. This is a piece of your offense pretty much forever. He's the guy that currently holds the single game rushing record. You don't just turn your back on that. But it can be a problem if your quarterback looks to do it too often. And I do think that right now it's a net win. You got to remember that, like, Fields' confidence because of the running moved from, say, okay, here's a scale of 0 to 10. Fields' confidence was probably about here by the Texans game. So that's week 3. I'm sure Fields' confidence was like, a little low, to be honest. New offense and all. That's week, let's go 1. Well, right now I think Fields' confidence is a lot closer to week 10. I mean, Fields is trying some things and doing some things that are just bananas. And so to move from here to here, just about however you can, I think is a net win for a young quarterback, because when a quarterback ends up with no confidence at all, I think you end up with somebody who looks a little bit closer to Trubisky, who especially the 2020 season had next to no confidence in himself. I do think that stuff matters, right? But I think that he's also got to get better playing, let's call it the position of quarterback, so to speak. Right now, he's doing a lot of cool stuff as an option quarterback and as a weapon. Let's call it that, like a weapon at playing quarterback. But I think that he's got all of the tools to be a prolific quarterback in the NFL. That's really never the question. It's just a matter of, can he now use this as a platform? Because you will see some moments within this game where the Lions, instead of pass rushing him, contained him, right? And fenced him into the pocket. And when Fields gets fenced into the pocket, that's when it's time to really start throwing the ball, baby, so that you can hit some throws, open things back up for your feet, and just keep the defense in a cycle of not winning. That's the whole aim. Look, corny, yes. But if you ask me, we are 4 weeks into Fields taking over the league. We got to take a breath. Of course, Swing. We're so excited. I'm so glad you like it. Wow. But so we are 4 weeks into Fields taking over the league. Take a breath. The sensation that's sweeping the nation is still getting the word out, and I don't think defenses are necessarily going to adapt to clamping down Justin Fields perfectly just because the Lions still let up 30 points. Like, the defense's the offense's talent is not very good. At least from what I'm seeing, there are tons of things wrong with this offense, and only like a chunk of them are Fields, so to speak. And so within this context, Joe, as well as any other Bears fans out there that are worried, sure, I get it. Like, Justin Fields isn't developed. I don't know. Let me ask you this, right? What's the development curve that you want to see? Like, at what point can we look at a quarterback that has now helped his offense, been the driving force behind his offense, like hanging 29 plus points in 4 weeks in a row against very good defenses and some not very good defenses? But the point is, he's scoring at will against just about everybody. Trevor Lawrence is not scoring at will against just about everybody. He's scoring sometimes and making some massive end of game mistakes. I mean, quote, at least he's doing it throwing the ball, right? Zach Wilson, he hung 355 yards on the Patriots and also 3 interceptions and lost. So what do we want? Right? Do you want Zach Wilson, who's a loose cannon to the point of like, I mean, literally like somebody strap that cannon up. Like, it's too loose. Do you want Trevor Lawrence, who's like throwing massive late game interceptions that are just like awful or like and losing games? Do you want a quarterback who we knew that the Bears' offensive talent was awful, right? Did we really ever have any questions about that? Raise your hand if you did, and that's okay if you did. I love that you believed in the team. Like, I appreciate the pure heart that looked and said, no, you don't understand. Dante Pettis and Equanimeous St. Brown, they're about to take over the league. This very bare bones offense that's starting Michael Schofield, it's starting Riley Reif, not to dunk on Reif too hard, but he had his moments. It's starting Sam Mustipher, the man that will not go away. Like, the Bears have major problems at every single one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 positions that I just outlined. And that's just like right here. That's 5 out of 10 for crying out loud. And that's being kind to some of these players like Braxton Jones that, for crying out loud, we don't know yet. Right? Very, 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 very questionable. And so it's like, I would beg the question when it comes to the people who say that he's not developing the way that I want him to develop. What do you want a second-year quarterback to look like as he's developing? Because I think what Fields is showing us is that even surrounded by nothing, he's finding ways to score. And for all the Dan Wiederers and even the Kevin Fishbanes right now and the Adam Hogues that are getting caught suddenly saying, oh, I don't know, the Bears are finding what, like, okay, so I got mad. If you follow me on Twitter, I got mad when the Bears lost because they lost to a team that I think kind of sucks. I personally thought the Bears lost the game more so than the Lions won it. Kudos to the Lions all the same. And I said this team needs to learn how to win. What I didn't say is that Justin Fields needs to learn how to win because Justin Fields took next to nothing and scored 30 points. I was mad at Cairo Santos for missing a critical extra point. I was mad at the defense for getting smoked, right? Consistently. The defense, say what you will, went from, and I hear you, Josh, like, totally hear you. It's more that there are little mistakes all across this team, not just quarterbacking mistakes, but little mistakes all over the team that I want to see fixed. But Justin Fields is a second-year quarterback in a first-year offense that reinvented itself like 4 weeks ago. We gotta chill out when it comes to putting everything on him, for crying out loud. Exactly, Ben. A 91-yard drive in 3 minutes when the Lions had to have it. I'm more frustrated at the defensive stuff that's happening than I am about the offense because the offense is massively undergunned. The defense is massively undergunned too. So it's not necessarily, like you're saying, Haplo, can I really blame the defense when we shipped out the 2 team captains? Not really, can I be honest? But at this point, I would even say that I bet you Brian Poles fist bumped Ian Cunningham and said, we are killing it right now when the Bears managed to lose that game. Like, it would not surprise me if there are higher ups in the Bears front office that would never say it out loud, but they're kind of juiced that they managed to lose a game that by all intents and purposes, any normal person would say that the Bears probably deserve to win. But all that to say that I think personally, I mean, Alexander, you say our offense would be just as bad as our defense without JF1. I mean, no doubt. At this point, if Trevor Siemian was running this offense, I think people would just be stunned at how bad things looked. Some of the stuff would look a little better. I have next to no doubt that the passing concepts would suddenly become much more varied. I'm going to be really blunt with everybody here. There is a lot of things that Justin Fields is not running right now because he's not comfortable running them, because he's not throwing with anticipation, probably because he doesn't trust anybody. Is he wrong? I mean, is it good that he's doing that? No. And he needs to fix it. And that's something that we're going to go through once I get off my soapbox here. But All that to say that I do think Joe, again, not to like necessarily, because it is like upside down world, Joe, and it's not that I'm trying to dunk on you in particular. I've just seen a lot of people that are going crazy over Justin Fields can't throw the football. And it's like, it's not that Justin Fields can't throw the football. It's not that Justin Fields can't throw the football from the pocket. It's that Justin Fields looks hilariously uncomfortable right now when he is throwing the football from the pocket. And some pieces of the quick game, like his delivery, definitely a little bit on the slower side. His operation and some of the quick game stuff that the Bears do, it's not amazing. Is he the problem? That's not fair. Like, there's plenty that we will talk about in the passing game where you'll see a lot of evidence of it's definitely not all Fields' fault, but as he moves forward, I expect a lot of pieces of Fields' game to suddenly get better. Okay, can I give you a stupid example? Anybody here watch the wild ending that was Vikings and Bills? Hope you did. If you've watched Kirk Cousins at all this season, Kirk Cousins is throwing with incredible anticipation, ... when he throws to Justin Jefferson. Now, why is that, right? It's because Justin Jefferson is so good and has so earned like Kirk Cousins' trust that Kirk knows when he's going to break. Kirk knows the area code he's going to be in, and when all else fails, just throw it in his direction. Like, I can't help but think that if the Bears get Justin, obviously, like, nobody's going to necessarily be, I don't know, like a Justin Jefferson level. That would be sweet, right? But if the Bears had a receiver, to use Sean's language, if the Bears had a receiver that was a problem, right? Like if Claypool could become a problem, if some other receiver that the Bears draft could become a problem, it wouldn't surprise me if suddenly Justin Fields was delivering footballs that were chance balls up in the air that guy could potentially go get and throwing it before that same player had even broken. Right now, I think that when Fields looks down the field at, I don't know, N'Keal Harry, he wants to make sure that Harry actually broke when he's supposed to be, or like it broke when he's supposed to, and that the throw that he's about to let loose doesn't end up in, let's say, not the hands it's supposed to land in, because unfortunately that stuff happens. And so we'll have to see. Like, there's a lot of this that's just going to take some development. I see Haplo's point about Claypool. We got to just hope that it's a time thing for Claypool, because he had opportunities in this game. I expected, after I saw that he had 19 snaps and ultimately was relatively non-factorly in this game, that I'd turn on the film and see, oh, you know what, whatever. Like, who really cares? Or Claypool's just learning the offense. It's fine. You know, he got his opportunities. And when he got his opportunities, they did not look great. But that's just one game. Right? There was a day and age where one game was enough to damn Justin Fields, and I hope we have all learned our lesson. We don't need to necessarily be jumping all over Chase Claypool, who just a week ago did quite a bit of damage against the Miami defense, whether all the penalties were necessarily called or not. And to Censored's point, in an absolute worst case scenario, plenty of second round receivers don't work out. And if Chase Claypool is one of those receivers that doesn't work out, bummer, sucks. But the real mistake for Chase Claypool, if it's not working, would be doubling down and extending him. If he's not performing, we do not know yet. Let's get there. So next up, Bears go with an in-pocket play action pass. And so this one is bizarre. You guys want to talk about all the different things that, let's see... No time, no touch. Fields is now using his legs and threat of running to get receivers open. Definitely. I mean, it's all over the place. This is the perfect example of if you are one of the people that wants to say it is all his receiving core's fault, like this is a hilarious play, because the Bears are going to block, I think it's 5 with 6. So in theory, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I don't remember where the routes go, if I can be honest. Let's watch. We'll see. So Bears get a chip into the flat. They get what's called a 7 stop, which, you know, weird that we're doing all these 7 stops against man. They're not phenomenal, if I can be honest. Like, what is basically a curl route is not always a great man separator, especially when you've got outside leverage like you do against cover 3. In breakers, those are going to be killer. right? But so if you haven't noticed, Fields is already dealing with pressure, and none of the receivers are broken yet. At least none of the receivers downfield. So what does Fields do? He is going to step out of the way, then see that the spy the Lions have has pulled over here. He's going to get back in the pocket. He's going to look downfield. He's going to see, I don't know who this is. I think it's Pettis coming into the side. Create just enough of a lane to throw and get the ball out for a nice 9-yard gain. This is pretty nice. McFact, I think it's 5. But so it's a 4-man rush with a blitzer. The weird part is Riley Reef, who there's an aspect of you tell me. I mean, JT O'Sullivan didn't know. Watching through his Patreon video, I don't really know. Like maybe he was going full slide to the right, but if we slow this thing down, he taps up the edge rusher, passes him off to nobody, turns to where the back is, and now Justin Fields is one-on-one with an edge rusher who somehow the edge rusher loses. I mean, if you switch the jerseys, I would be livid. Those are the kinds of sacks you just can't give up. But good on Fields for getting back into the pocket, for crying out loud. Getting out of the way, seeing the spy, getting back into the pocket, keeping the ball safe, and creating a positive play downfield. I mean, that's rescuer stuff, right? And I hear you censored. There's a good question over whether Schofield screwed up. Schofield definitely does not do much. But whatever happened, 4 people had one idea on how the pass protection was going to work. Riley Reef had another, because if Reef and Montgomery were both on the same page, I think Reef would have understood that the back was coming out to take the blitzer, which is normal, right? And so, it's more normal to me that on a stretch handoff, shotgun handoff like this, the back would come out and take the blitzer. Frankly, one thing I do think is neat, you'll see it here, you're going to see Justin Fields not actually bother with the play fake beyond a certain element. Like, that's really all he gets, and that's because Montgomery sees pressure, and commonplace for a running back when they see a blitzer is the fake doesn't matter anymore. You are not running a play-action fake when you see pressure coming. No matter what Madden says, you abort the fake, as it were, and go stop the pressure. That's exactly what Montgomery does. He does a good job here and stuffs the rusher. Reef just gets caught out nowhere, and Fields is able to make a play from it, which works. But no kidding, BG. I mean, if not one of the best pass plays of the game, hilariously enough, was pretty much the first one. So it's on this one, I can't tell if it's zone read or a straight up handoff. My guess is that it is zone read. I don't know, because Fields is kind of not looking at anything specific. If it is zone read, he sees the blitzer and gives it off. But let's see. Oh, McFact, to go back. '97 is rushing. He just gets caught on the chip. That's the problem here. It's a 5-man rush where Cole Kmet blasts the chip. I hear you. Like, I'm all about it. But it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Hutchinson just gets washed out by Kmet. Which, hey, kudos to him for that. Doesn't even look like there is a spy, actually. It's just Hutchinson comes down and ends up playing a more contain-based role. But anyways, nice play all the way. Next up, this is maybe it's a zone read, maybe it's not. It doesn't really make a difference because they're just running like inside zone with, I think, Card Blazing Game here is trying to insert. It doesn't really work. But Montgomery is able to make a play. No, he's not really not. He kind of just gets stuffed. I thought a lot of people on this play did relatively well. I thought Mustafa and Whitehair in particular controlled their gaps relatively well. Nice job there from Cody to at least create somewhere to go, but nobody blocks Anzalone, and he comes right through. Tackle. So then, let's see here. Oh, that's on 2nd and 1 while we're at it. So while they don't get a ton of yards, they get some, and they're ultimately able to convert a first down. Let's see. Then they go with another rollout. We're already on our third rollout of the game, which is wild. Brandon, you mentioned, do we have a reasonable way to feel the Herbert absence, or are we just SOL? Look, maybe they'll try Ebner. Maybe they'll get really crazy and try Velus Jones. I have no idea. Like, I do not know. Losing Herbert sucks. I love Khalil Herbert. But for all we know, they saw an opportunity to rest him and just went for it. But I couldn't tell you. Here's our third boot of the game. I don't know what the Lions did to earn the most boots I've seen the Bears run this year, because they booted all the time. But Fields is able to pop the ball out to Cole Kmet. There's really nothing super special about this play. Maybe we could comment on the fact that the defensive lineman just gets straight through Sam Mustipher. Maybe we could comment on the fact that David Montgomery doesn't block the blitzer. Not that it really matters, because it's a blitzer away from the play side. But Cole Kmet blocks, releases right there. Snap, release, rolls out, flicks the ball to Kmet. JT O'Sullivan wants a better throw. I think the throw is fine. And Kmet's able to turn it out for a nice little gain. Cole Kmet, by the way, has been living his best life within the last couple weeks. I mean, besides the fact that he's an absolute touchdown monster right now, I can only imagine what his fantasy numbers have looked like. That's really not a bad tackle break. I mean, again, we're talking about against Anzalone versus the Lions, low bar, but he's started to develop the quarterback tight end chemistry that you would hope that a decent tight end can develop with your quarterback, because I do think that stuff matters. More on Cole Kmet as we go. So the Bears motion on fundamentally every play. Like, I mean, here they're just going to motion Kmet in from the outside to the inside, where he starts the overwhelming majority of his plays. The motion here seems like it gets Detroit's attention, but the real problem is that Cole Kmet lands his hand just a little bit too high on this defensive player, and whether it's a hold, whether it's a face mask, it certainly looks like a penalty, and the referee does not hesitate. It's a good play otherwise, right? I mean, I like the run piece of it. The motion gets everybody's attention. Everybody shifts over to try to stop Pettis, and then you run back the other way. Mooney gets a nice little block, even though it's not amazing right there. Don't know why we backed up like we did. Yeah, let's see. Like, Mooney gets an okay block. It's enough to work with. Kmet comes on over, and, you know, had the block been any better, Montgomery gets around and is able to convert some nice yards on the ground, but happens. So the Bears, this is the Bears' second holding call of the game, and would you believe it, it's going to kill another drive. So it sucks right now that that especially within this game, the Bears took penalties at really inopportune times, and for an offense that right now, let's be real about where the Bears are. They are crushing it, gaining 3 or 10 yards in 3 plays. They're not a deep strike passing offense. There are some offenses that I'm sure you guys have seen, okay? Like, let's talk offensive philosophy, right? And usually they don't do these condensed sets. There are a lot of these offenses where you'll have Montgomery here. This guy will be a receiver. He'll be out here. Then you've got maybe like, I don't know. I'm just going to draw a spread offense, for crying out loud. Like, you got a receiver there. You got a receiver there. You got a receiver there. You got a tight end there. And a running back, Nito. And then you run all sorts of plays. There are so many things you can do, like a post, then you've got a dagger on the inside of it with like a spot route underneath it, and boom, you got 10 yards. And you only have to hit one of those every 3 plays to get 10 yards, right? The problem is that the Bears don't do that at all. They pick up 10 yards by picking up, like, they get to here, then they get to here, then they close it out. Their third down rate right now looks great. Let me see, did he just get smashed? Because he might have censored. But so the problem is that when you back the Bears up, when they take just about any penalties, the offense kind of falls apart. And we see that here, where the Bears are going to try a 2-man route combo. They're going to have him come on the inside. They're going to have Equinemius St. Brown feint a post and then wind back into an out. And the whole core concept of this is, if they're in if they're in cover 1 with outside leverage or cover 3, this out route should be open. If they're not and they shift, they get into, because the Lions like to drop somebody off the line of scrimmage, and they get into something, whether it's cover 2, cover 4, it doesn't really matter. You've got like a post right here, right? Or not a post, it's curl, but you get the idea. The problem is that this out route is awful. I mean, let's just take a look at this. We'll get to the rest later. Equanimous, I think that's ESB, right? Yeah. ESB should be able, against outside leverage on this drop back, to create a ton more space than he gets. Well, watch it in slow motion. You'll see what I'm saying. I mean, bends in. You've got the corner's hips facing this way. This should be free. An NFL receiver should be able to separate here. And, I mean, I guess you could call that separation, but that's relatively competitive, and you got to be able to, and hey, maybe you'd say that Justin Fields needs to throw that. If he did, it would be with some pretty great, anticipation. I will back Fields on this one, because this is usually when Fields likes to throw it. Fields wants to see the break and then throw the football. And would you believe it, that's when the pressure gets home. Right? This play is not a bad example of the multi-pronged problem that the Bears are facing right here. Where the big issue that they're having is that the offensive line, whoever's involved with pass protection, the offensive line can't hold enough to meet Fields' preference, they can't hold for long enough to get Fields to the point where he wants to preferentially throw. The receivers cannot get open enough to justify Fields throwing a moment earlier than he normally likes to throw. And they're running so few people on these routes. I mean, come on, guys. We're talking about a 2-man route here, that if this receiver doesn't get open, there's just not a lot of other options. And so you end up where we're kind of stuck, where the Bears on 2nd and down are trying to get the whole enchilada, and you got nothing wrong with that, but they don't have a check down because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys were involved in protection, and we still we still ended up pressured. The Bears take a sack here. I mean, where else is he supposed to go once ESB isn't open? That's an honest question at this point. Joe asks, why not shorten the routes by 5 yards? They've tried. I mean, in this case, it's not as if they haven't done that, but I also think that there's a massive piece of this that the Bears are trying to get to about this landmark so that ESB can then nod inside, and when he does, that makes it look like it's a post, so it catches the guy it catches the defender over his skis to then pull out. It's a 2nd down, Mike, by the way. I completely agree with you, Sean, where I think that generally speaking, ESB doesn't run a great route here. I mean, I don't think that that's hard within this. I don't think that's hard to see, but also you'd like to see some separation, for crying out loud, from number 19. And Fields is obviously thinking about it. I mean, his eyes are in the right place. It's just at this stage, it's too late. You want to talk about the cruelty of the NFL? Fields likes to throw at the last moment, right? He wants to throw here when he sees his receiver breaking and he sees the other guy about to lose. This is when Fields will load the arm, he'll toss the ball, and he'll try to put it almost literally on the sidelines. That's where he wants it to be, so that his receiver catches it as he's going out of bounds. Somebody, I think it was Ben, mentioned that this is a Tua throw and not a Justin throw. At this point in his game, it absolutely is. Look, I want to get to the point where Justin Fields is throwing with anticipation. But I'm not going to capitalize the A for a reason. It's because I don't want him to, or I'm not expecting him, within the concept of this season at least, to throw with capital A anticipation, especially not cursive A anticipation like I accidentally drew here. That's Tua Tagovailoa. That's Mac Jones at his best. That's Aaron Rodgers. That's Tom Brady. That's a different game than Justin Fields plays, but he's got to throw with some anticipation, lowercase a. But it would help a lot if it wasn't Equanimous St. Brown running this route, so that there's a little bit more. I would have been too. There's more trust, and when there's more trust, Fields can let go of that ball a little bit more like when he was a rookie. And so because when he was a rookie, he did kind of just let the ball fly within that. And you know what, Peyton? That's a great question. Like, can he learn that? Because Trubisky had the same problem, so did Jay Cutler. I actually thought by the end of his career, end of his tenure in Chicago, Mitch Trubisky was throwing with quite a bit of anticipation to Allen Robinson. I mean, Trubisky would let go of the ball well before Allen Robinson had ever broken, and I think that's really core, right? Trubisky trusted Robinson. He let that ball howl. And so within that, I think that we've got a nice little microcosm of being able to say, okay, he did that under this situation. Can he do it later? Actually, Mitch Trubisky even trusted, Trubisky even trusted Anthony Miller enough to let the ball go with anticipation in his third year. It just created some interceptions in 2019. In particular, that nasty Rams one where Miller broke at the wrong, spot, and Trubisky threw it to a different area of the field, ended up creating a real problem. Point is, I do actually think that when I talk about lowercase a anticipation, that's something that Fields can grow into. I think that experience will get him there. I think that trust will get him there. I think the better receivers will get him there. But I also think that there's a day and age where the Bears would hope that they can take on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pass protectors and not allow some pressure. I mean, you would hope so, right? With that many bodies committed to pass protection, there's just not a ton you're going to be able to do when you do have pressure right at the throw point. What a bummer. Quack attack, do I think it hurts Fields how good by the way, the third down pass, who cares? I hate to put it in those terms, but within this, Fields is just going to roll out. Whitehair hits the deck. There's nothing really there. I mean, let's go to the pressure point. I've been freeze framing it there on Twitter. I think that this works for everybody. So Whitehair gets rolled on a basic inside stunt. Lions do that, and Whitehair gets put on the deck. Here's 79 coming right at Justin Fields. So here's Fields in his passing stance, right? No one has broken. Here's Fields after he's taken his first step to avoid pressure. Maybe this guy right here is beginning his break, but certainly nobody is remotely close to being open. And so Fields has to get out. Now you've got a little bit of separation all of a sudden, but it comes a split second too late. The offensive line couldn't block long enough. I mean, they'd take a penalty. It's not like this play would have counted anyways. But Fields gets out of the pocket. He throws it away. The Bears don't take a sack. I mean, I guess you could give a thumbs up for that. But certainly it's not ideal the way that even on some of these just basic stunts, again, watch this. It's just I think it's called a TE stunt. Where the tackle in the end are going to stunt. And Whitehair does not do a good job picking it up. Happens. Not a great day at the office for 65. He had his moments. I mean, there are some points where Whitehair looks awesome, but some points where he's on the deck and 79 punches right through. Always sucks seeing Bears offensive linemen in particular getting pushed into situations. I mean, right here, you've got Schofield getting blown up far enough that Whitehair can't actually recover. I mean, the game of football is complicated. So because Schofield and Whitehair both try to recover plant right at the same time, they bump into each other and Whitehair ends up spilling. But it means that Fields can't get one of the easy throws, and at that point, the timing of the play is off. It's scramble drill from there. Scramble drill is a bit of a toss-up, and there you go. Makes sense, Mike. I love hearing the different terms. But Quack Attack asked earlier, do I think it matters, or it hurts how often Justin Fields' OSU receivers were? I think it makes it harder at the very least. I mean, I think it's much rarer that you see guys like Joe Burrow and Mac Jones have great receivers to work with in college, then come to the NFL and still play on time. But when you do have that, I think that it comes from playing practice squad against SEC defenses. And frankly, to give the SEC some credit, even if you're Alabama, even if you're LSU, the defenses that you play are just not going to let you have it easy. On the other hand, love some Big Ten football, don't get me wrong, but when Justin Fields goes up against Nebraska, Rutgers, honestly, even Penn State, at times, though Penn State's not near as bad an offender as, say, Michigan State. Like, it's nothing against any of those universities. But when Justin Fields' biggest defensive tests are against Northwestern in the Big 10 championship and Michigan, then I do feel like there's way too often that Justin Fields could basically just drop back. He could basically play with a blindfold and throw to Garrett Wilson, and Garrett Wilson would be open. Like, yes, there's something to be said for Fields still had to go through his reads. Fields still had to find the shot that he wanted. But it's like playing Madden on rookie mode. And here's a weird question. Josh, I hear you. I am a Baylor Bear. The Big 12, at the very least, had defenses they had the defensive personnel to shut down what Texas Tech had going. It's not that Texas Tech didn't have a wide open offense. It's that I'm specifically, Josh, talking about whether a quarterback had to navigate getting to his second progression as a normal part of his college experience. And I think that honestly, Big 12 defenses were good enough to push Mahomes to his second, sometimes his third read. It's not like they were that bad. It's just that the Big 12 played a wide open spread attack game that meant that Mahomes certainly got his opportunities. I mean, at the very least, that's my experience watching Mahomes grow up in the Big 12. The problem that Fields has, I mean, literally, guys, this is as if you played 4 years of rookie Madden offense, and then I just threw you into All-Pro. It's different, right? It's so different. It takes time. Probably going to lose a lot of games within that. So it's the same transition that Justin's going through. Obviously, it's hard. It gets extra hard when you have to learn a completely separate offense the second year that you're in with a bunch of receivers that you may or may not trust. But that's me kind of caping for the guy. I mean, at the end of the day, we need to see more development. But I'm not going to thump too hard because Justin Fields is scoring so many points that I think he's earning himself all kinds of time. If Fields had continued to look like the guy who so clearly and obviously struggled week 2 against the Packers, we'd have big problems, wouldn't we? Like, I mean, at that point, he was taking almost 15% of his dropbacks were becoming sacks. Like, he was taking the most sacks in the league by far, and Joe Burrow was trying to give him a run for his money. Fields was a relatively efficient passer, depending on how you looked at it, but on a net EPA per passing down, it was not going well. Here, a different story. I mean, not only is Fields absolutely killing people with scrambles, he's doing enough with his arm to keep defenses off balance and then punishing people with a quarterback run game that is really working. Not all of this stuff is on schedule, so to speak, but enough of it is that Fields is, without a doubt, playing at the level of an NFL quarterback. I think we can all agree. Is he Nick Foles yet? Nick Foles wasn't Nick Foles for quite some time. Like, there is a piece of this that is people holding Justin Fields here to a standard that isn't fair for a second-year quarterback in a second-year offense. And I'm not trying to cape too hard, but like take a look around the league at the other second-year quarterbacks. They're not exactly playing well either. And yes, that includes Mac Jones, who's a Pro Bowler last year. That includes Zach Wilson, who has one of Justin Fields' favorite OSU receivers. That includes Trevor Lawrence, God's gift to quarterbacking, right? Like, exactly like Peyton Rules says, what I mostly saw in this game is that Fields' pocket management is getting a ton better. He still had an off day, for crying out loud. But the fact that on his off day, he's beginning to look like this is really, really nice because it shows you where the floor is. So then you say, okay, how can we push that floor even higher? And if I'm allowed to ask, where's the ceiling? So we'll have to see. And I think so too, Josh. And I mean, is it really so shocking to you that as defenses, the Lions not included, like as defenses are shifting to more too high attacks, that suddenly all of this quarterback rushing attack and diverse option game is starting to score 30 points a game? I mean, it's actually not that surprising that when suddenly you're defending the run consciously with 9 guys or less, and that doesn't even include corners, like lighter boxes overall, that an electric quarterback runner might very well be the difference between a productive offense and not. I mean, this isn't the world of the West Coast offense anymore, where circa 3 years ago, I'm sure you guys remember this, like whenever a corner lined up here and you ran a slant, automatic yardage. And I mean, if not, you ran curl flat or like slant flat and you hit the flat route and he got automatic yardage. Like, we used to call this stuff free yards. RPOs were free yards. Corners just didn't understand how to play these things competitively. Now they do. And within that, it's not that I'm trying to say that, oh, wow, Justin Fields is the way of the future and just be some kind of, rabid Bears fan. I can do that if you want me to. But I personally think that there's a ton of truth to the idea that Justin Fields' makeup, like the way he plays football, is a way forward into, the brave new world that I don't know how many quarterbacks are like going to hit the league that have this kind of ability. So it's not like you can say this is the new face of the NFL because, I mean, when there's only like 3 people that can do that, then it's hard to make that a face. But that's just my 2 cents. Let's get back to it. First down play, Bears are going to run a pop pass. It's hard to tell whether this is option football or not, but either way, it's a nice little run. This works. And when I say that, I mean, I think this is prescribed. The Bears have done a lot of really interesting option stuff, and I don't believe that there's actually a read here. I think Fields is just popping the ball forward because Herbert runs out as a lead blocker. Had Herbert come across the formation, I would think it was option. And I don't think necessarily that the Bears have a quarterback run option, especially since Anzalone here, like the whole formation shifts this way. So because they shift this way, it has me thinking that Fields, if he had an option to keep it, would have kept it. Right. But there you go. And like you said, nice little finish at the end, decent blocking from everybody around, all over. Bears get to 2nd and 2 relatively easily. And Brandon, like you're saying, when Lamar won his MVP, I don't think anybody was thinking, oh, no, this is an easy fix. Let's just find somebody like him. So Bears are going to commit another bunch of guys to coverage on this, and this is Fields' second worst throw of the day. We all know his worst, unfortunately. We will get there, but this is good separation. This is not. The Bears ran what I think is a dig that was supposed to chop down into a curl route, but as Mooney starts to curl, his defender runs into him. I'll back it up. You'll see it. It's kind of goofy. He runs like a post, looks like he starts to break, and ends up pushed to the ground. I think that's illegal contact downfield. Not that I'm trying to guffaw for a penalty, because the biggest problem is that everything looks good until you realize where that throw went. You can't miss these. I mean, I understand NFL quarterbacks miss throws all the time. Chalk this one chalk this one up to he missed it, but it's still a throw that, especially when Fields had a rough day as a passer, I'm going to point to and say, if you think he played well as a passer, what happened here? Because Fields gets his base. He gets the read he wants. He goes 1-2 to get there, if memory serves. Yeah, right here, Fields is watching the safety. He wants Mooney. They've run this play so many times. You've seen it so many times. Fields sees it, realizes that's not open, gets to his second read, neato, and then maybe it's because he wasn't able to plant his front foot on account of Whitehair getting shoved around, but I don't really want to give him that much grace because you should hit this. It shouldn't be that far, right? That's fine. It happens. But definitely not a play, that anybody's putting in their Hall of Fame reel as, boy, oh boy, not great from the offensive line, though. Take a look at this guy right here. Sam Mustipher just gets tossed aside. Whitehair honestly does not a bad job at all of recovering for Sam, where Mustipher gets tossed and Whitehair steps in front and is ultimately able to keep the guy off of Fields. But it's a nice spiral. It's just way off. And exactly, Censored. I mean, stuff like this happens. It's not like this is the kind of throw that should, drive a knife into your chest and say, wow, Justin Fields sucks. I never knew. But it's really not bad from a pass protection standpoint. It's just a bummer seeing missed opportunities. Now, thankfully, the Bears have a quarterback that can go make plays up for you with his legs, and boy, oh boy, does he. As the Bears are going to run a nice little pin and pull action with quarterback run, and when you play single high, I just want you guys to count the numbers, right? So, single high, right, on a quarterback run. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3, we've got or well, I guess I'm screwing up the blocking package. But the point is that there are not enough numbers for the defense to have an advantage. The defense always wants to be +1, but especially when you've got Herbert over here. And in this case, they use Herbert as a flare out. He's actually going to draw 2 more guys. So you end up with 3 guys defending 2 decoys, right? And then you end up with everybody else trying to stop Fields. And there's so many Bears in the area. Riley Reef doesn't have anybody to block. Like, by the time they get here, there is nobody for Riley Reef to actually block for you, which is just a great reason to continue to lean on this quarterback run game. Yes, it's quote unquote not sustainable. I understand the concerns, but as long as Fields can protect himself, like he does not do here, at least not very well. Censored McFact. We can put aside the Cutler narratives. Man, Jay is one of the most polarizing quarterbacks that we've seen in Chicago. Let's leave him in the polarizing refrigerator, because we definitely don't need to be taking shots about media narratives or you don't watch the games over a quarterback that has long since not been a Chicago Bear. We can be nice to each other here, but that's just me trying to broker a peace. And like Brandon says, when Fields is the fastest dude out there, there's just not a great way to be +1 as a defense. I mean, you have to guess. You have to guess the pitch. You have to guess the pitch right. And I think these kinds of plays do a lot for you, because when Herbert pops out like this, not only is there a potential screen right here, but you can also threaten a toss-out run that attacks this side, or Fields can just run to the right. I mean, so many options present yourself here that don't present themselves when your quarterback is Jared Goff. And it really helps, because look at 31. Like, 31's first step is to inside. Had 31 stayed outside, there's a good chance that Fields doesn't get this angle. But why on earth would the Bears run a quarterback run straight to the right on 3rd down? It's nice play calling. It's great mix-up. There's tons of stuff that I, at the very least, think is really fun about this quarterback run game, because it's different. It's things that defenses aren't geared to defend. I mean, Kirk Cousins, Aaron Rodgers, Jared Goff, to just use the other NFC North quarterbacks, are not doing that. Even Dak Prescott probably isn't going to do that and win very often. Most of those guys would consider it a novelty. This is a legitimate Bears staple play on short yardage and in the red zone, and it's working for a reason. So for all the people out there that necessarily think that this is a phase, so to speak, maybe, but when your quarterback is one of the fastest players on the field and he's also 225 pounds, you got to lean on every weapon you can get. So then next play up, I like the design. I think the Bears get into it relatively well. I mean, it's flashed like it's zone read, but I think that this is like, okay, so think about it this way. Every zone read has a question of how likely are you to pull it? Like, is this pull if you feel like it, or pull if you don't? Or like, is this pull if you feel like it, or is it hand it off if you feel like it, right? Which one is the default? And in this case, the Bears get 3 receivers out here to block, right? And so it's a zone read with 3 leaders, which is sweet. It'd be even sweeter if Byron Pringle didn't get called for a hold, but he does. So the Bears eat their 3rd call or holding call of the early piece of the game. If you were like me, you were probably grousing. Yeah, Damo, I'll tell you when we get there, because it's awesome. But so they get tagged with their 3rd holding call of the game. Side note, Aiden Hutchinson freezes his feet. You can see it right here. Freeze. Well, you can't freeze your feet against Justin Fields. You will get baked, right? Like, Fields is not fast enough. Aiden Hutchinson, you can see why he was drafted at the top of the draft. I mean, he is long. He is fast. He's an athlete. When he freezes his feet like this, number 1 will take you wherever he wants you to go. And Pringle gets tagged for a hold that I don't really like it. Like, maybe I'm being ticky-tack. I get it. Pringle's got his hands on the guy, but this feels like less a call that was made because Pringle held egregiously and more a call that was made because the Lions guy jumped out and fell over like that. Like, it looks more like a hold than I actually think it was a hold, but hey, whatever. Like, eventually you got to beat the Zebras too. And so Bears did not today, though they got awfully close. 1st and 20, right? I'm going to skim past some of these. R.I.P. Khalil Herbert, who's just going to blast up the backside of this formation. It's a sweet little run. Watching Khalil Herbert is so fun, and I hope ultimately he didn't have any lasting damage. I'll think about it, because I'm sure I have a worse play call. It's not that Fields did anything specifically here, but Herbert does a great job with the backside cut. I think he's better at this than Montgomery is, where he can just plant his feet, hit the backside, and maintain a crazy amount of speed while still dragging guys forward. Initial contact, probably about 6 yards before where he ultimately went down. He is a powerful runner, and it's fun to watch him play football. Second and 10, just a basic duo run. I wouldn't call it ho-hum, but it gets 5 yards right there. Duo is awfully easy to run, and the Bears ran it with a lot of effectiveness on today, where counting left to right, generally what I have seen duo do is it looks like one, let's see, these guys would probably duo to here, these guys would probably duo to here, and then somebody has to get Anzalone, and these two dig the other two out, which, some of that's wishful thinking, but the Bears try to get to those spots, and instead, Herbert looks like he reads Anzalone, sees that he's going to be a problem, bounces it back this way, and the line does a good enough job opening a hole for him so that he can punch through for some yards, but it's 3rd and 5, right? So 1st and 20 to 3rd and 5. This one's another nice, really interesting little play, because I think Fields misses what most quarterback coaches would consider the initial read, right? Let's take a look at the play in real time before I show you exactly what happened, so that you can see Fields makes a play out of this. I mean, this is a game where I would tell you that I think Fields still made all the easy things hard again, but at least he made at least he did some things that were so impossibly hard, like that play right there, that he was able to rescue it. Fields was struggling to rescue some of these earlier in the season, but rolling out of a potentially safe pocket for no particularly good reason, he started the season doing that. And that's what happens here as the Bears call a post, that's terrible drawing, a post over the middle with a fade underneath it, and then I think he just runs like a curl, maybe it's an in, it doesn't really matter. Pringle's unimportant. This fade, I want you to take a look at this, right? Where Fields is going to take the snap, he's going to drop back, he's looking towards the safety who's bailing for the Lions do this thing where they bail the safety from near the box, and it puts the safety's hips going backwards and certainly in no position to play this hole right here, which is where Mooney's running into. And Fields gets a little bit jumpy and looks away from it. But boy, is that open or what? Like, I understand that this guy's right here, but this safety is in no position to drive on a liner football. Doesn't need to be, obviously, like a hot air balloon. That's not going to work. But if Fields stepped in and drove this ball, he'd probably be able to paint Mooney right about here, being more generous. And then the safety would get over. Hey, if Mooney breaks it, maybe it's even longer than that. But Fields gets a little jumpy without any pressure necessarily on him. Honestly, right now is a great time to throw the ball with a little bit of anticipation. And it's a play that I'd like to see him make in the future eventually. That's open. That's where the play results. We can criticize ESB for a bad out route against cover 3. We can't criticize Mooney for this fade. He's there. But Fields does a really good job making a play after the play, rolling out, creating space, recognizing that he just drew a defender down to keep the rushing lane safe, understanding that if he drew this defender, that means that the guy he was on is going to be open, pointing back, setting his feet, delivering a ball, and getting a first down. Joshua, thanks so much for jumping in. Love seeing new people. But so, you got to love it. I mean, truly you do. That's a nice, in a world where the first throw wasn't open, this is a sweet play. I mean, Fields keeps his eyes downfield. Fields rolls away from pressure, whether real or not, right? Fields understands what's in front of him, makes a play with the ball in his hands. I know some of these are platitudes, but they really are important, and they're not things that we saw early on in the season, which is part of what led to so many sacks, sack after sack after sack. But in the context of the read he's looking at, which is that post to slot fade combo, you want to see him hit the fade. All the same, nice to see him hitting stuff like this because, again, it's growth. It's pocket management, even if it's a little frenetic sometimes. And it kept the chains moving on a drive that ultimately ends up in a touchdown, right? So 1st and 10, Bears are going to start out with a speed option. Let me see. How would I score this play? 0 miss on the open read. Make a play after the first. BG, honestly, your guess is as good as mine. The question that I would ask yourself is, honestly, how well do you rate a quarterback that puts out his own fire? Because another great way to put it is, we're going to get there when we get there, but obviously everybody watched the game. Do you think that Fields deserves credit for, does Fields end up with more positive view in your mind because he was able to score that massive long touchdown run and thus wipe out the pick six, or because they wash out in your eyes, does Fields end up neutral in a quarter where maybe the game needed him to be positive instead of just neutral? That's up to you to decide, and I'm not trying to be some massive harsh person that gets canceled for hating on Fields, but I know I used to get frustrated with Mitch for putting out his own fires. I think there's an element of putting out his own fires. It's cool to see the rep broken up, right? As an evaluator, you say, let's get rid of the first part but keep the later. But if I had to, that's probably what I would do, right? I would score the play as an early, a phase 1 fail and a phase 2 success. But we like to see both of those. So they both go in as data because they're learning moments for him. Bears run speed option here. Look, JT O'Sullivan's not the biggest fan of option. I think option's fun. It's the only problem with option, as others have pointed out, is that if this guy just spears Justin Fields, that's a huge hit. And so option can get your quarterback hit, especially in a world where the defensive back bites down. And when he does, Khalil Herbert is not the pitch option, or this edge rusher, let's say, shades over and takes Herbert away. That means Fields has to carry the ball, and if Anzalone comes over, he might be able to lay some wood, which net loss if you're not pitching the ball for your quarterback. So if your quarterback isn't going to press the point of attack, honestly, if your quarterback's trying to pitch the ball, then option loses its flavor. It doesn't work like it does in high school or college where your quarterback's playing with abandon. If in the NFL, at the end of the day, they're trying not to get hit, then option can only work so well. But Herbert's so quick that he's able to leg out a quick 7 yards anyways. I like it. Keep him guessing on first down. So 2nd and 3. Thanks so much, Kyle. 2nd and 3. Bears run a really nice pin and pull. I love the way that this works for the Bears, and especially since I feel like an underrated piece of Fields' game right now is that, I remember that, Josh. It was awful. One thing that I think is underrated about how Fields is playing right now, and no, I don't want to turn this into a Fields as a running back discussion because that's just ridiculous, and it was ridiculous the first time with Lamar. But Fields does a really good job of setting his blockers. Watch him stab forward right there where... No, that's not a great example. Let's get here. Fields stays level while also turning just up enough that, yes, he's getting north-south and everybody can love that, but it's also forcing his blockers or forcing his defenders to curl so that they're not taking this angle, they're taking this angle. And as they do, it gets that much easier for the blockers like Kmet to tee him up. When people talk about a running back's ability to set up their blockers, that's something that I didn't expect Fields to be so naturally good at. He is. And so, nice play by everybody involved. I'm a little stunned this wasn't called for a hold because just taking a look at it, Montgomery seems like he puts his hand in his shoulder pad and pulls backwards, but we take those. Fields takes a relatively thick collision for a first down, but I'd be lying if I said that Deshaun Watson, regardless of where he is now, didn't take some absolutely nightmarish hits in his rookie season. So I'm sure that there's a piece of the contact aspect of this that's just going to be a work in progress. And hey, when the Bears can ultimately develop a drop back passing game, I tend to think they're going to need to run it less. So then next up, first down, Big old duo run. You love it when a player on the opposing defense makes a mistake and you can benefit from it. That's exactly what happens here, as you'll see it especially on the backside cam. Number 25 on Detroit kind of takes himself out of the play, which, funny, but it works. So it's duo based on my understanding of where this play is going to go. Is going to be here. These guys duo to here. These guys duo to here, leaving him. Look, I don't want to say like wide open. Let's see. Honestly, now I'm just curious how they block it. They're going to pull him over. I gotcha. So they're going to leave him out of the play. Duo to here. Duo to here. Lock him off. And then 25 is, I don't want to call him, or I guess you'd consider him the read man. But thankfully, 25, who like, we can all agree he should just shoot that hole. Very easy. Joe Manzu, I believe he got hurt on a special teams play. He sees Pringle coming, just turns, hits Pringle, and the run goes right past him. I don't know what he was expecting. Like, I don't know what 25 thought was going to happen here, but it's like he takes a perfectly good run stop away, and Herbert, to his credit, kind of makes it look like he's wiggling somewhere else. Quick wiggle, goes up, sees that he just took himself out of the lane, pushes forward. I love watching Herbert. I do. I feel like he fights forward for yardage so well. Montgomery gets so much credit for fighting forward for yardage, as he deserves. But Khalil is the guy who you go, oh, nice run. Nice run. Nice run. Slowly but surely as he grinds forward. Joe Manzu, I think, highest ceiling is complicated. Just, like, being blunt with you, Justin Herbert's ceiling is crazy. Patrick Mahomes' ceiling is nuts, just based on what he's already shown us. I think, let's put it this way, Justin Fields looks like he's got an extremely he's got an extremely nice career ahead of him so far. If development curves stay where they are, I struggle to see Justin Fields not ultimately being considered successful. And I'm just going to leave that word as generic as you want to make it. Because that's where we are right now. Like, it is rare, in my opinion, to see Jeremy Lin-esque moments from quarterbacks. And right now, we're seeing Justin do it in enough ways. I mean, it's not like his arm looks awful. It's not like his arm looks under-talented. It's not like his college film showed that he couldn't pass a football. His college film showed he absolutely could pass the football. It's taking time to translate pieces of that. And now that he's found this rushing game, he's able to cover his lapses in the quick game that he wasn't able to earlier. That's at least what I think. So Kyle asks, can Fields keep this ball and throw it to Kmet if he wanted to? It's funny you ask that, Kyle. I think that there are pieces of this offense right now that have triple option elements built in. Look at Kmet right here. Kmet, so this is actually the same play, more or less, that the Bears scored the touchdown off of, right? So I'm not 100% sure I agree with Fields' read. I understand that, I mean, it looks like the read defender is this one, so maybe that's what they're looking at, because it doesn't look like it's got the guy on the edge. If it is the guy on the edge, for crying out loud, then I think that it's the wrong read, and I don't want to say sells Herbert out, but Fields has been so good at these reads that I just struggle to imagine that he read it wrong. I think he saw that this player wasn't biting and handed it off to Herbert. That's all I got. But the way that Kmet runs this, he runs what looks like, I don't know, Kyle, it actually looks like he's arc blocking. But later in the game, you will see Fields run a flat route, which would be fun, because I love the idea of a play where Fields has three options, right? He's got give, he's got keep, and he's got throw. So 1, 2, 3 on a run play, which is sweet. But triple option pieces in the NFL are only fun if you've got a quarterback that's good enough to run them. The Bears have a quarterback that's good enough to run them. Ben, I agree with you. I do think he should have kept this. I do wonder sometimes whether the Bears basically radio in and tell him stop keeping the ball, if only because the hits do pile up eventually. For all we know, when Fields went down hard, he didn't want to take another hit. I mean, there is a piece of this in the human element that we can only guess at. Right? Because I agree with you that he should have kept it. But then on 2nd and 9, they're ultimately able to generate a nice little play on what is, you guessed it, the fourth rollout of only 3 drives, as the Bears are going to hit him with the PA rollout. They're going to get Kmet into the flat. They're going to get Darnell Mooney into the over. They're going to get the little sneak flat right here. They've got the little big post, or like the big corner going out to the side. And I want to give Fields a lot of credit here for manipulating the linebackers in front of him, creating a throwing lane, and hitting Darnell Mooney. So this looks late. Can we agree? Because Mooney clears the defense, and boom, he's open. Why isn't he getting the ball? Well, take a look at these two, and let's go ahead and fast forward to the under center view. When Fields rolls out, he's got a man here and a man here. 79 has big ol' hands, right? And 55 ain't small himself, right? So within that, like, Mooney's got to get to about here, and most importantly, 55 cannot drift, right? So because 55 can't drift at this point, because Demo, I agree with you, until you see Fields turns his hips to look back here, gets 55 looking over his shoulder, right? And because he stops 55, he throws the ball and puts it right past the linebacker, fits it in. If there's anybody to criticize here, like, I think Cole Kmet needs to sit down. Kmet takes his guy and wheels up the sidelines, which, you know, normally that's pretty good. But when you've got a guy running an over route, maybe stop. But I kind of agree with you, Escape the Madhouse. Like, I want to, but what I am seeing on film, this is defender manipulation. This is throwing into a window you know is there. I could care less whether it's late, because on these longer developing routes like an over, timing is a lot less important than defender manipulation and creating an open window. That's what Fields does. That's what Fields is better at right now. Censored, I wouldn't call it anticipation throw. It's more like he predetermined it. Like, anticipation to me implies a timing break that you know is coming. In this, Mooney's running in a straight line, right? What really matters is that Fields uses his body, gets the defender to turn, and then buzzes the throw right by him very, very safely. It doesn't have to be a rocket. It doesn't have to be more than it is, right? It's an easy throw made very easy, as the Bears then get first and goal at the 4. Joe Manzu, you know that's what I think. I'm a Bears fan. Like, let's see. Is there a ball that gets Mooney blown up less, Demo? Honestly, hard to tell. On this one, I thought Fields was going to score. Fields has scored super duper well, or like on this play. But credit to the Lions. Like, this is a nice sign of, hey, the Bears are going to have to iterate, because they're not going to play an easy defense every single weekend. And when the Lions are starting to play this really well, it's not that you have problems. It's that you can't leave Anzalone completely unblocked the entire time. And Censored, I agree with you. The complicated part becomes, what does that word anticipation mean in the eyes of quarterbacking? If anything, I am excited that Fields didn't get any closer to the end zone, because then this would have been a really sad touchback, and you know all the Bustin' Fields people out there would have like had a heyday if he had fumbled out of the end zone. I would have hated it, but he didn't, thank goodness. and the Bears end up like or second and goal at the 1. And when they do, oh boy, every once in a while, a player just makes a play. Check out Aiden Hutchinson, who's unblocked right here. Comes on over. Whammo. WWE slam. RKO out of absolutely nowhere. Like, this is a huge play for Detroit. Or, I mean, not a huge play in terms of, you know, outcome, because the Bears end up scoring. But this is sweet. If the Bears need a defensive lineman that can do this, please get a defensive lineman that can do this. It's just a one-hitter up the, what is this, like the B gap or something like that? And the Bears just can't get enough bodies into the hole. It ultimately ends up just foul enough that the defensive end that is never supposed to get there gets there. And boy, oh boy, bang. He did escape from, like, no, there have been moments where a player has gotten tagged for that as a penalty. The big thing that you got to remember, Escape from the Madhouse, is that Floyd body slammed his guy against Miami, but he held him for like 3 seconds before slamming him. When the referee doesn't have time to blow the whistle, they let the afterplay stuff go. When the referee has time to blow the whistle and then you slam them, fair or not, the referee tends to call roughing. That is my experience. Hold the guy, draw the call, throw the man, like, you get roasted. Hold the guy, immediately throw the man, no, or like, especially if you don't hold the guy, no roasted. Yeah, Ben, that was bizarre, but part of me thinks that the referees just wanted to get the game over with. Anyways, not about to go there. So, 3rd and 1, right? Line to gain is right here. Bears are going to run an extremely simple concept. They're going to have Mooney motion in, snap back out, and the Lions, unfortunately, cover it up really, really beautifully. Bears think they have man. So they think they're going to get a man pick, right? Let's watch this in slow motion. You've probably already seen the play. Like, you can see it pretty well from the broadcast. The Bears think they're going to get Pringle picking the man right here, right? So you lock him off. He sits right there. Guy has trouble coming over the top. Mooney comes right underneath. Quick buzz throw to Mooney. Easy score. That's not what happens. The Lions do a great job passing this off. And suddenly, covered. And no, this isn't throwable. As soon as you throw that, a poor throw has an opportunity to jump it. It's 6 points the other way. No quarterback's coach would ever suggest that you throw this ball. No, not even something like this. Like, maybe if you're Nick Foles, you try it, but there's just nothing here. Second problem, before we get into what happens after this, what is Pringle doing, right? Maybe you call this a defensive hold. Like, it's possible, but is Pringle running a curl right here? Because I would just assume that that's never going to be open, especially since you're hard shifting the entire offensive line to this side. I would personally like to see, and yes, this was JT O'Sullivan's idea, credit to him, but I think he's right. Like, I would prefer to see the picker become a second option so that you can go 1 to 2. And if that corner bites down, then you've got, in theory, take a look at the way they're lined up. Then you've got a receiver against inside leverage running to the corner of the end zone. We like that. That's a good matchup for us. We don't get that. So instead, it's just Justin Fields versus, no kidding, 1, 2, 3 defenders. And one of those defenders is a top 10 pick. So obviously he gets sacked here, right? Wrong. Because Justin Fields is an alien. Boom. I mean, come on. Like, that's absolutely crazy. That is absolutely crazy to me. I cannot believe, and I guess it's an RPO to Joe Manzu's point, but it's weird to me to call an RPO in the end zone situation, like in a goal line setting. I would rather just prescribe the play call, because if you want to throw it to Mooney, that's great. But under what circumstance, when they line up like this, are you not going to ultimately pass the ball? I don't know. I'm not a big RPO on the goal line guy. Luke Getsy seems to be. I disagree, but that's just me. But anyways, this is bananas. Fields works to his right, works back to his left, breaks a tackle. This is just ridiculous to me. Like, I cannot believe he gets out of this tackle and then just blows by everybody and ends his life. That's actually probably, that's close to too hyperbolic. But so, like, he doesn't literally end his life, obviously, though he does send him to the concussion protocol. Fields trucks him, and there you go. Anthony, feel free to offer up what you think. Like, I don't know what NFL closing time means in your opinion, but if you're talking about like a guy who is shoulder to shoulder with somebody is open, I do disagree. I think that there are some players in the league that have made that look open because they'll basically place a perfect trust ball below, but I don't think that that means that every single quarterback in the NFL should be able to make that throw, or that throw isn't dangerous. That's my opinion. And I try to base my opinions, just telling you where I get them from. I try to base my opinions from talking to as many coaches as possible, running the questions that I have by them, so that as much as I would tell you it's my opinion, because it's also an opinion that I've gathered from years of talking to people who I would assume know better than me. That's just me, though. Like at the end of the day, if you want to disagree, feel perfectly free. People that knew better than me said that throw wasn't open, but Joe Manzu, I've thought about it. Coaching's a tough one. Anthony, I get you. I think that there are a lot of these where I think open is tough in the NFL. It's funny you say that. Like, I am relatively forgiving with open in plenty of cases, just because in the NFL it's tough. I thought you were saying the other thing, which I would completely understand. But as hard as I am, I know I look at a lot of the plays that the Bears have right here, and it's like, is this? I don't know. Anyways, let's get there. We'll talk about more as they come. Wild touchdown run at the end of the half. Gotta have it moment. 10-10. Right? So next we end up with a Chase Claypool sighting. Exciting. Man, Dr. Earl, like, I hear you. Is Fields MVP material? Let's get there when we get there. We've had 4 solid games after 4 not so solid games to open the season. With some other games in the middle. Like, I want to get there too. And yes, Brandon, I like Sunday open as well. But so I want to get to that point where we're talking about Fields MVP, but let's hold off just for a moment. But so at this point, look, exactly, Anthony. If you're talking about the EQ play out there, I'm more talking about Fields eventually needs to throw that ball or something like that. But there's a reason that when EQ's running an over route, I'm not the one suggesting that you've got to throw it to him, because people close on him like crazy. It's all complicated. But anyways, let's get to this. So we start with a sweet little safety roll. I actually appreciate how Aaron Glenn and this Detroit Lions offense try to mix things up. Thank you, Anthony. I get you. It's always nice to hear. But so let's see here. Is it the play that I think it is? Yes. So Fields finds a nice strike over the middle, which is fun. What isn't as fun, if you want to be critical, is that Claypool gets stacked pretty hard by his corner on an out and up. I think it's an out and up. Not really. It's just a go. But you'd hope that Claypool, who, for crying out loud, maybe he got hurt. I don't know. But he gets covered up pretty well. Credit to Fields. He works inside, finds a slant. Yes, it's a slant. And is able to deliver a ball for a first down. It's the greatest ball you've ever seen. I mean, it seems to me a little low, right? Am I about to tell you that I think that this throw is absolutely flawless? I mean, it's a first down. How mad do I need to be about a first down across the sticks? But yeah, I mean, with where Mooney was running, had he caught it, he may have turned the corner and beaten this man. I don't know. I am not about to go Orlovsky and be like, TD City, baby. But you get the idea that, like, a better throw, maybe. But at the same time, it's tough, Mike, because I'm with you. Now, could Fields have gotten off of Claypool sooner? Maybe. Right now, I will tell you with an open mind that when it comes to this guy right here, this guy right here, and this guy right here, Cole Kmet, Darnell Mooney, and Chase Claypool, Fields is putting a lot of trust in them to win. This is, whether you want to call it an Ohio State bad habit or you want to say that it's something he needs to grow out of, right? Fields looks at his number one option and says, I think he's going to win. And he will give his guy all the time in the world to literally prove him wrong. I mean, take a look at this again. Watch how long he sticks on Claypool before finally coming back to Mooney. 1, 2, finally comes back at the break. Kudos. So, like, to his credit, Kyle, Mooney has not broken until the moment Fields turns. Credit to Fields. That's actually quite snappy. So he turns around and he finds Mooney there. Now, is he coming back at that point? Like, is he coming back to Mooney a little late? I can't pretend that I know. Like, maybe you could make the argument that you want Fields to get there a single tick sooner, back when Mooney's about here. I don't know. But if anything, it's nice for me to see that this is not a standard slant where Mooney broke a good 5 yards sooner and Fields is getting to him truly late. This is actually a pretty deep slant. If anything, it might actually be a deep in. And Fields gets the ball right where it's supposed to be. And so I like it. I mean, from a mental reps perspective, it is nice to see him, like you're saying, Anthony, like get off, set his feet, throw the football. When we talk about late, Anthony, it's not that he has to set his feet, or whenever anybody talks about late, to be honest, it's more that you see 2 pumps of the feet right there. I don't know. People that I keep talking to mention that he should see Claypool, basically come off of Claypool sooner. So it's not that from here to there is too long. It's that, let's see, what do we got here? Thank you so much, Sushil. If the draft was a week from now, what positions would I want polls to focus on with our first and second round picks? Good question. So first round pick, I know that this is going to draw some steam, but I got 2 names, right? Where, and if you donate, you get priority question answering too. We'll get back to the Bears offensive film in a minute, but this is very core to me. Okay. We've got Will Anderson. I'm going to put a little bubble around him. And then we've got Jalen Carter. I'm going to put a little bubble around him. These two are different, right? This is an edge. This is a 3-tech, right? And I don't want just any 3-tech, and I don't want just any edge. If the Bears have an opportunity to draft one of these 2 guys, you're looking at a potential Hall of Famer. Like, this is a Chase Young level player, which I understand. Chase Young got hurt a lot. It's, frankly, that only strengthens the argument of really the only thing that's going to hold these guys back is injury. This is a Chris Jones level player. This is a Akeem Hicks in his best day, DeForest Buckner level player. Like, when you hit this point, in my opinion, when like you have an opportunity to draft one of those 2 defenders, yeah, I'll take it. Now, if they get taken, because let's say that the Bears go out there, they beat the Falcons, right? Then they go to Motor City, they beat the Lions, right? And they take on the Jets, and they beat the Jets. You know what I'm saying? And they don't end up in the top 5. So Will Anderson and Jalen Carter go from reality to dream, right? I don't think the Bears need to force a defender. I would actually rather, at the end of the day, the Bears go BPA, baby. Like, whatever that means. I don't know the way the board's going to shake out. They may not like the board enough, and they may get a massive trade-up package for somebody like Will Levis, for crying out loud. People get needy when it comes to quarterbacks, unless you're I liked him, Malik Willis. Apparently, you don't need to do that there. But so, if the Bears, for instance, are drafting, 8th, and they can get like a first-round pick, a second-round pick, and then a future, that'd be a future, by the way, a future 4th-round pick to go back to 15, like, check mark, we are absolutely cooking with gas. If you can't, like, if the Bears are drafting at 9, Donald, to your point, and they get an offer to move back to 18, and the offer is a second-round pick, a future second-round pick, and let's go with a 4th-round pick this year. No, it's not worth it. Like, you can't just trade down exclusively, right? In my opinion, the trade down has to be worth it. That's really core. Like, you need somebody that's not only willing to come up, but they're willing to overpay for the player that you can get in a top 10 scenario. Because somebody like Myles Murphy, like somebody like plenty of the other studs that are out there, are good enough to change your team. And so if you can't get a sweet deal to move back, don't just move back for the sake of it. I mean, that's the core here, isn't it? I want the Bears. So somebody I think mentioned at the end of the stream, they wanted me to go through free agency. The free agency is going to be really important. There are going to be plenty of free agency previews that we have to do. And that's because I think the Bears need to use this free agency to get into position where they can take the best player available to them instead of doing what Ryan Pace used to do, which is like, I mean, guys, literally, we got to a point where we could pick what position the Bears were going to draft first, right? Like, the Bears would literally go into the draft, and we would say, they're going to take a tight end. Cole Kmet's going to be a Bear. And he was. Like, it wasn't even a hard call. That wasn't even like something that you beat your chest and you say, I knew it. You know what I mean? They went into that they went into that what should we call it, the draft in 2019. We said they need a running back. Who'd they get? David Montgomery. Like, Ryan Pace in particular was so, you can call it bad, you can call it good. Like Ryan Pace was so habitual about going into a draft and using the top picks that he had on a clear need. Even Justin Fields. I mean, as soon as Justin Fields started falling down the board, I thought the pick was obvious, just because Ryan Pace was exactly the guy to go up there and get him. Right? And even worse, Josh, just to harp on Ryan Pace, they traded up for David Montgomery, and in the post-draft presser, Matt Nagy said, "I can't believe he fell to us." He didn't. He fell to somebody else. You traded up to get him, for crying out loud. But that's neither here nor there. I mean, to your point, Donald, like, the best part is that if you grabbed Elton Jenkins, Deron Payne, Hargrave, Gesicki, like, if you grabbed those guys, not only have you not spent all the money that Ryan Poles has, but you've taken your D- defensive line, and you've probably already raised it with those two players alone to like a C+, only because the edges are not starters right now. And so it's really interesting, in my opinion, to take a look at what the Bears have right here, where they just need their defensive line to go from very, very bad to fine. And the defense gets a lot better. I mean, let alone if they bring it up to pretty good, which would be awfully great. But I hope, Sushil, we answered your question. As much as I know it's a bit of a cop-out to say BPA, I think that right now the Bears' defensive line needs a lot of help. Will they get it from free agency or the draft? They could get it from both. But the draft board, in my opinion, is okay. So that was the first round. Second round, give me a wideout, depending on Chase Claypool. The number one thing that I think really matters here is Claypool, because at that point, yeah, right, Ben? But so if Chase Claypool proves he's worth extending, you're going to end up with 10 getting somewhere between $12 and $20 million. You're going to end up with 11 getting somewhere between $18 and $22 million. Don't quote me on that, but it's happening. I'm just going to warn you right now. Like, he's going to get Deontay Johnson money, whether we like it or not. They like Darnell Mooney. So then if at that point you're looking at up to $42 million on receivers, then that means that you need to draft your other receiver. So that means the guy coming in, I don't know, maybe he wears like 17 or something like that. Like, he needs to make that cool $2 to $4 million just so your receiver room feels relatively balanced. I mean, it all depends here on Chase Claypool, because if Chase Claypool is a complete bust, then I don't think they're going to go in that direction. But for instance, if the Bears, just to give an example, if they got the opportunity to pick number like 6 or something like that, because you say that, Donald, but I'll paint a picture here. Let's say the Bears got the opportunity to pick 6th, and then with number 6, the board shook out where first we had Young, second we had Stroud. Just for the sake of making an argument, let's say third we had Levis, fourth we had Anderson, and then fifth we had Carter. Sucks, right? So theoretically, all the guys that the Bears want, or at least all the guys that I want the Bears to want, they're gone, right? I know, Kyle, but like, let's pretend, right? So then the Bears move from 6 to 11, and picks be darned, let's just pretend they do, right? 11 may be a perfect time to draft Jordan Addison, right? 11, if he's there, may be exactly when you want to take Quentin Johnston. And as much as I would agree with you, Donald, that you aren't drafting an X, if the best player available is a receiver, I don't think the Bears should sneeze at it. They don't need an offensive tackle, I don't think, especially if they sign Elton Jenkins or somebody like that, right? Because they'll need receiver help. You can't get receiver help outside of, like, I wouldn't say the top part of the draft, but they won't need they'll need edge help. They'll need 3-tech help. They'll need receiver help. I don't think they'll need a tackle because you can find solid tackle play in the in that part of the draft or like in free agency. And look, you're either trying to build one of two offensive lines. You're trying to build the good offensive line that is cost effective, or you're trying to build the great offensive line like Dallas did or the Saints did in 2020. And that's just a bunch of high investment draft picks that hopefully play really well until somebody gets hurt or somebody has to get paid, and things can tend to fall apart. Building an offensive line is kind of like building a defense. And in fact, I agree, the offensive line needs to be solidified. The draft is just, let me phrase it this way for everybody out there that's listening. It's not that I am saying that the offensive line doesn't need to be treated well. I'm saying that you would hope that you get all the way to the draft where the offensive line already got solidified. And so it's not to say that if a tackle falls, you can't take him or you shouldn't take him. It's that I think that if you've got Tevin Jenkins, who's balling, and you've got Braxton Jones, who's playing well enough, that you can get a center later in the draft, or you can pay a center. You can potentially keep Cody Whitehair, or you can let him go. I'm not partial to either. He had a great start of the season. He's had a rough couple games since then. You could sign somebody like Elton Jenkins, and then you got draft 2. You've got draft 2, pay 2, and mid 2, or like a mid guy for the last one, just like CJ Williams here said. So it's not that I'm trying to neglect the offensive line. I am a big pro offensive line guy. We just got $140 million to throw at the trenches, and I think that that's going to come in real handy. Whereas, look, let me put it this way, okay? The best tackle that was available, or that is available this next year, is either Elton Jenkins. Okay. Jink. Or Jack Conklin. I think we'd agree that both of these guys are pretty good, right? Like, Conklin and Jenkins are really, really solid. The best receivers available are Nelson Aguilar, Jacoby Myers, or Alan Lazard. How many of those guys do you think are near as good as the tackles across from him? Right? That's the core here. Wouldn't you agree? So it's not that I'm trying to say that the Bears like can't take a tackle in the draft. It's that I think that if you look at the tackles, I mean, Jonathan Tunes, if Orlando Brown Jr. is available in next year's free agency, and you look at free agency and you think to yourself, oh man, I want Orlando Brown Jr., you only make the point clearer. And so, because Mike, I agree with you. Like, I know Elton's been having his problems, and I'm by no means trying to necessarily, I'm more trying to overstate a point than anything, where if you gave me the opportunity to pick between, okay, here's a silly question. Let's go with points added. I'm going to give you 2 players. Each of them are at their, and I want you to tell me how many points you think each of these players add if I put just that player on the Bears offense. Are you ready? I want you, chat, to tell me how many points do you think Tristan Wirfs adds to this Bears offense? One of the best young tackles in football, period. And then how many points do you think Justin Jefferson adds to this Bears offense? One of the best young receivers in football, period. I'm trying to pick players that are pretty much the same caliber player. And but they just play different positions, right? So this will be Wirfs. This will be JJ. So we've got somebody who says 3. Peyton rules, I need a number because I really do want to make this pseudo-scientific. Like, guys, chat needs some answers because I'll tell you, I'll put a little R next to mine just so that it's clear. I think Justin Jefferson adds you about 3.5 points per game. Points per game is tough, right? I would love to tell you 10, but let's not be hyperbolic. Like, I think Justin Jefferson probably adds you an average of 3.5 points per game, which is massive. Go look at just about any scoring chart. 3.5 points per game is like the difference between being like 18th and like 11th just with one player. I think Wirfs adds you 1 on a good day. Might be a half. I mean, you got to remember, Wirfs doesn't fix a center. Wirfs doesn't fix your left guard playing poorly. Wirfs doesn't fix your right guard having a bad day, especially if it's Michael Schofield filling in for Tevin Jenkins. Wirfs is one piece of a greater whole, whereas Justin Jefferson, because he's a receiver, is basically an independent agent. I'm not the one trying to tell you that Tristan Wirfs is somehow like, in my, I guess by my math, that he's like, I think, what, 30% as value, or like 30% the value of Justin Jefferson. I'm trying to tell you that, in my opinion, I think that there's a reason that you're starting to see wide receivers drafted so high and paid so well, whereas the offensive linemen, even good offensive linemen, are making it to free agency more and more and more. I think that there's a coup. I think that there's a lot of value to be added by paying the offensive linemen that made it to free agency. You got to pick the right ones, obviously. But as much as, because I agree with you, Drex, that without Wirfs-esque linemen, JJ might look like EQ. I just don't agree at all. I agree, but I don't. That I think Justin Jefferson is going to look like Justin Jefferson no matter what. It's not like the Vikings offensive line's a bunch of killers. They're fine. They're kind of all over the place, if my understanding is correct. Not all of their positions are well put together. Wirfs is helpful. He just doesn't fix everything. Whereas a receiver, I think you can fix in free agency and then you can move forward. But anyways, and I think you're probably right, Sushil. Like, I think that taking a would-be punt, turning it into a field goal, taking a field goal, turning it into a touchdown, funny that you should ask. Like, that sounds like 3.5 points. But so, Timothy mentions, what is my thoughts on Skoronski? Because I've read the name. I've never tried to mentally pronounce it. But so, within this, I would tell you that I think Skoronski looks like a really solid player. Like, very, very solid. I think the tackles are tough to project. Perfect example of that is Penei Sewell, who I think has been fine, right? But has he been worth the 6th pick in the draft? You tell me. I think that right now, okay, I'll give you an example of a player that, yeah, I'm going to stand on this hill, right? And I think that there are not a lot of players, or there are not a lot of people that will stand on the hill that I'm about to stand on. Not that I am trying to take fire, but I don't think that Tyler Linderbaum was good value, and I don't care that the Ravens did. I disagree. I think that while Tyler Linderbaum has been talked about like one of the best center prospects ever, and that, quote, he does sweet things in the Ravens run game, end quote, I also think that a first-round pick is awfully high for a player that run blocks sometimes and then gets mugged by Vita Vea anyways. Like, he's relatively small, like Linderbaum is, but he got drafted crazy high because of his movement skills. That's cool. Like, it's a fun gimmick is the way that I would put it. But as far as a first round pick goes, the problem for me, Timothy, is that, to be clear, Drex, I love Vita Vea. Like, I think Vita Vea is awesome. The problem is that your first-round pick is supposed to be the guy who's going to go up against Chris Jones and win, or tie, at the very least. If you can't beat one of those players, why in the first round? Is kind of where my head is at. But so, so do I think Quentin Nelson should have been deserved being taken at number 6? Brandon, if my memory serves, that draft was a weird one. I mean, Roquan got picked at number 8, and I think in a lot of drafts, Roquan would have gotten picked lower. It was just, there just wasn't a lot of like creme de la creme guys, and Quentin Nelson was one of those creme de la creme guys. I feel like a team was going to get pressured into taking him. Do I think Jeff Okudah should have been taken number 4? No, but I also understand the factors that pushed him up there. Does that make sense? That it's always tough when a defensive back so distinguishes themselves that you can't take them lower than that. But also, do you really want to take him at that point? And it just gets complicated. But so, I agree with you, Mike. Had Nelson fallen any lower, the Bears were going to take him. But so, to use a silly example, I think that first rounders, right, in my opinion, Timothy, this is where things get complicated, is that using the picture in front of us here, I think first rounders go to edge rushers. I think hang on, I'm just going to get a wider angle so that we can talk about this. Like, if Robert built his board, then I would rank the positions, like, let's circle, right, the positions that I think matter. I think you got to take X receivers. I think you got to take special receivers. I think you got to take edge rushers. I think you got to take defensive interior linemen. I think you got to take quarterbacks. I would start here, right? Yes, it looks like skill positions, duh. But until you get the guys that are transcendent, can you get a tight end in the later rounds? Yes, you can. Can you get a running back in the later rounds? Yes, you can. Can you get a left tackle in the later rounds? Actually, that one I'd bend on. Like, especially once you get out of the top 10, once you get out of the top 5, like, you could take a left tackle if you want to, especially if you think that guy is Tristan Wirfs. Problem is, what if you end up with Gabe Karimi? But Bears fans don't need to be reminded of that. It's not that I'm trying to tell you that I think Christian Darrisaw's a bad pick. It's not that I'm trying to tell you that I think Jamal Adams is a bad pick or something like that. It's more that unless you're Michael Mayer, then maybe you don't take a tight end, right? Look at O.J. Howard, to use a silly example. Do you guys remember the fanfare about O.J. Howard in particular? Like, and Josh, yeah, I hear you. It's not that I'm trying to, like, dog on Adams in particular. I just tried to think of a safety that actually got taken high that I like. But, like, do you guys remember the draft talk about O.J. Howard? Do you guys remember the draft talk about Kyle Pitts? Like, right now, there are a lot of draft nicks that are trying to walk back how they felt about Kyle Pitts because the guy was a no-doubter, clear Hall of Famer. You're looking at a difference maker at every level, and whoop, Cole Kmet has outproduced him in fantasy, and that's not ideal. So what do you do? Like, at that point, what positions do and don't you take? Because Jonathan Toons here says, whoa, hold on. So the guys who block edge rushers and interior guys, like, I completely hear you, Jonathan. Like, it's not, I understand this is confusing, but when you get a guy like Braxton Jones, for crying out loud, you have me sitting here wondering, like, okay, what do you actually need? Like, schematically speaking, can you scheme out an edge rusher, right? And a lot of teams have. Like, with West Coast offenses, with running offenses that move all kinds of, like, points of launch points and points of attack, with sprint out, roll out based offenses, with double teams, triple teams, and super chips and whatnot. There are tons of things you can do to take an edge rusher away and then block him with a second rounder. It's not that you need a fifth rounder. It's not that you're trying to steal a left tackle all of the time, right? It's more that if you treat the game like you have to take a left, okay, let's put it this way. You guys put it in the chat, or don't. But because you're right, Jonathan, he does get abused by high-level edge rushers. You are 100% correct, and I am not trying to argue with you. But if we built a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 priority list, right? This is a list of guys that have to be first rounders, right? Number 1 would be QB. I think we agree with this, right? Number 2, I would put edge. While Travis Gibson's great, while Dominique Robinson's great, these guys are great rotational edge rushers. You don't find Khalil Mack on accident. And unfortunately, almost every team somehow manages to have a Khalil Mack. So until you have your Myles Garrett, until you have your Nick Bosa, Joey Bosa, your TJ Watt, your Aiden Hutchinson had quite a solid game. Like, you need to find one. If you don't have a Will Anderson, you kind of need to find one. If you don't have a Robert Quinn, you kind of need to find one. Because while they don't make it to free agency often, gracious alive, if you don't have one, everyone else does. Like, because you're right, Josh, you could. The Ravens also do a ton of schematic pressure. That's how you end up with, like, a Matthew Judon. But at least in my case, it's harder to do. But so I want you guys to fill in the next, because this is what's so core, right? What are the positions that you have seen have to be first rounders? Keyword, have to be. The guys that you just don't really see anybody succeed at that position. And feel free to break up receiver. Feel free to say X versus Z versus slot, right? Like, what positions have you seen that you just need a top 10 pick? You need a first round pick, or you're just not going to find the dude, right? Because is it tight end? I don't think it's tight end. Is it Is it like you get Zach Ertz in the third? You can find George Kittle in the fifth. Like tight end is a great example of a position that people don't really know what they're looking for until you find the guy, and then everybody goes and races to find the next one, and it turns out there's not a second Mark Andrews. It turns out that Travis Kelce doesn't grow on trees, right? But so, to be clear, Jonathan, it is not as if I'm trying to say don't pay for offensive line. If the offensive lineman's the best player on the board, I'm all for it. I just wouldn't force an offensive lineman. That's where I'm at. I would rather try to build an offensive lineman and then move, and then I would try to build an offensive line in free agency and then add to it over the years. 3-tech defensive tackle. I think that's a great example, censored. So I do 3T right here, because the DeForest Buckners of the world, the Chris Joneses of the world, they don't grow on trees. Like, they are tough to find. And when the best you get is Larry Ogunjobi, who I understand that there are some Steelers fans that like him, I don't. It's rough out there. Like, finding a backup 3T is tough. And that's where it is. Yeah, to be clear, Jonathan, I can't emphasize enough. I'm not trying to say the Bears' offensive line should suck. I'm saying you got two paths. You either build out one of the best offensive lines in football, which takes years. The Bears don't necessarily have years until next year. Or you build something that you think is cost effective. And so if Braxton Jones can give you something in the passing game and you can help him, or like if he can give you something in the running game and he can help you out in the passing game, you might be able to work with that. And then you've got two rookies. But so, exactly, Josh. I mean, like you're saying, when Flus made that point indirectly about off-ball linebacker, it felt to me like he gets it. But so, what are 4 and 5? Like, let's do that, and then we'll go. Sushil, this is all you. You got us off on a 30-minute tangent before we review the rest of the game. But I hope everybody's having fun. But so, let's see, if we, yeah, exactly, John. I can't help but think the same way, that if you draft, theoretically, if you put Tristan Wirfs on this Bears offensive line, you're still not done. That's what makes it so hard, right? If you put Jerry Rice in the Bears receiving core, okay, we're cooking. If you put, Justin Jefferson on the Bears receiving core, okay, we're cooking. Randy Moss, okay, we're cooking. If you put Tristan Wirfs on the Bears offensive line, we're not done. That alone is the reason that I know I look and see we can't quite prioritize that position. It doesn't mean don't invest at all. It means, do we need to use it for our first round pick, right? So I want to finish this list, and you guys are not giving me much. So if you make me go through and finish it, I will. Like, you can twist my arm. Jordan, in case you want to chime in, these are the positions in order, if you think there are 5 that you can only get in the first round. Starting level players have to be first rounders, or you really won't find one. So we've got quarterback, we've got edge, we've got 3T. And again, this isn't to say that you can't find a unicorn in, say, the second round, but I'm really trying to emphasize which position do you think you are going to get, and they need to be first rounders, or at least that's what the first rounder ought to be. So it's funny that, John, you say wide receiver. I specifically will put X wide receiver on here. I think X receivers are incredibly hard because that body type is so rare. I think that receiver is becoming tougher and tougher and tougher to find. And if you want an example of exactly what I'm talking about, look no further than Alec Pierce, who absolutely anybody and everybody thought was a third rounder until draft day when he went 50. The X definition is this guy. It's Chase Claypool, honestly, Kyle. It's the guy who plays furthest out on the edge. He often has to be a vertical threat as well as a threat with the ball in his hands. Sure, there's a lot of people that want to conflate X receiver with Justin Jefferson and basically mean superstar, right? But that's not what I think is fair, right? It's closer to X receiver needs to be able to win on the boundary. It is that simple. So you've got to go up against the corner in the corner's territory and win. Eric Alley says CB. I think CB is a good example. Like higher tier or like higher pedigree CBs are just flat out better. I think CB makes a ton of sense here. I also think let me think. I had one. I think CB and LT are tied at that point, because to your point, Jonathan. I think good left tackles are tough. As much as I'm saying what I'm saying, it's not like Dylan Radins out of the second is a baller, but Abraham Lucas is. So you get and you give, right? Like Evan Neal rules. What is his name? Charles Cross rules. Whereas, oh my gosh, what was his name? Sam Cosme? Not so much, right? It's not that they suck, right? It's that there is a massive drop off between even the first and the second round. And that's really what this list is supposed to be about. Because a wide receiver, say in the first versus second round, how much different is George Pickens from Garrett Wilson? Very. But at least you went from stupid talented to very talented. How different is Tristan Wirfs from Dylan Radins? Extremely. Because like you're saying, what Cooper Kupp, really, really good example of a Z receiver. And I think Z receivers is where you get into the Deontay Johnson territory, right? The Darnell Mooney territory, the Tyler Lockett territory. I just named a third rounder, a fifth rounder, and a seventh rounder. Z receivers can be a little bit more about what's between the ears married up with what can they do with their body. Like those guys, you basically you're just looking for a winner, right? And that guy will go and develop into something great. In the third round, it is a lot harder to find Chase Claypool. I mean, to use a silly example, a more realistic example would be like DK Metcalf, right? Especially now that DK Metcalf exploded. If you did the redraft thing is so stupid. But if you did do a redraft, everybody would stop overthinking DK Metcalf and have just taken him in like the top 5. I mean, I don't even think that's an argument, right? DK Metcalf is crazy, and he wouldn't go that low again. Terry McLaurin might. I mean, not literally, but might. Just because he's still short. Like, he's still relatively small. Yes, he can win on the outside. I love Scary Terry, but like there are pieces to his game that I don't think are as hard to find from a body type perspective as somebody like, again, Metcalf, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. I mean, I'm talking about some of these obvious guys that people are like, Robert, you're just naming top 10 receivers. It works out that way, doesn't it? Jerry Jeudy. Like makes sense if you wanted to pick on somebody that's just like, you know, not been exploding but been very good, right? And so while occasionally you'll get a guy like Tyreek Hill that debatably isn't an X receiver, but you know he's just too good, and it doesn't matter what position he is, his position is superstar, right? Or Jalen Waddle, Donald is I think another good example of like a guy that's just. He's just too good. Because Jonathan, what I think you're working up to when you talk about Antonio Brown type of X receiver, that's this, I guess, extra class, if you will, that I just call superstar. Like, I think, to use an example, I think the Lions, Jameson Williams, like their first round pick, superstar. If he comes back from injury well, he's good. He's good. Like, he's really, really good. And so that guy can play whatever position you want him to play. It doesn't really matter. Like, line him up in the slot, killer. Like, line him up outside, he got you. George Pickens, what does a clear X receiver? But so, like, the superstar, Donald, to that exact point, it doesn't really, like, positionally independent. Tyreek Hill, who cares? Line him up wherever you want to. He's going to win. The more positionally dependent guys need a position, and Alec Pierce isn't going to play slot for you. He's going to play X, and he's going to be good at it, just based on what we've seen in Indianapolis so far. And that guy, if you don't get him in the first round, you have to get him probably by about pick 55, or there just ain't going to be any left. And the Bears tried to. I am convinced they wanted to take Alec Pierce at 71, and they didn't get him, so they had to reach, and they ended up with Velus. But let's get back into the film. We are on the second half. But so Jonathan mentions this upcoming draft class doesn't have any first round X receivers. Go watch Quentin Johnston. I think Quentin Johnston's a stupid cool guy in terms of just like what I see when I watch his film. The problem is, Jonathan, I don't think it's going to be easy to get him. I think, okay, so Jordan, are you still in here? Because we've talked about this before. In a draft class with ballers like Garrett Wilson, like Chris Olave, like, oh gosh, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, what was the kid's name? went to Washington. Jahan Dotson, and plenty of others. Sky Moore was a super fun receiver that everybody liked. Who got drafted first? Because it was an easy choice. It wasn't complicated. It was Drake London, X receiver. Like, when you've got the dude at X receiver, he goes first. Which has me thinking that Quentin Johnston may end up passing Jordan Addison, may end up passing Jackson Smith-Jigba, like, may end up exploding past all sorts of these players. Like, just because it's hard to find a guy that may run a 4.29 or lower, and he's that tall. But now we're on draft talk. People came here for Bears talk. And while we are doing Bears talk, and that's great. We've got a nice little progression here by Justin Fields. Maybe it's a bit slow, maybe, but I don't know. It's good to me. I think it's a nice step forward all the same. Anytime you see him, take a look, not like the look, get back to the interior, throw a nice enough ball. Maybe we get that ball up. Credit to the protection here, by the way. Everybody holds. Certainly, it's nice that the Bears have, the Bears are committing at this point, okay, so it's 5 on what looks like 5, so they get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We actually just like that. That works great. Nice job. Let's get more of that. Anthony asked, should we have gambled on Calvin Ridley? I think Poles was trying to split the middle. John asked about this earlier. He said, does he think trading Claypool lessens the chance of Poles trying to draft an X? John, I think that Poles was trying to put himself in a position where he doesn't have to draft an X. The key is force, right? If Quentin Johnston's the best player available, how badly does it hurt your offense to have 2 X receivers? It does not. If Quentin Johnston is not the best player available, are you just going to go into another season screwed? Are you going to pay Alan Lazard $22 million? No. At least I hope not, right? And so because of that, you're getting Chase Claypool to hope that he can fix your need and get you want, right? Get you that best player available, whatever that looks like. I know it sounds so easy, but it's only easy if you do it with discipline. And I think that at least the goal that I would look at is that I want to see the Bears try to put themselves into more positions like that. Because even if Claypool categorically does not work, at least you tried something. And I do think there's credit for trying. Somebody asked about the worst play call of the game. This might be it. Maybe. I don't love this, if only because what you're going to see that I do not like is that the Bears are going to have Mooney come in and block the inside linebacker and leave this player completely free. He's supposed to just follow Mooney, but what if he doesn't? You get this, where, hey, it doesn't help anything that everybody has to reach block, and so Riley Reef has basically no chance to get to Aiden Hutchinson, but it doesn't help either that corner has a free lane down on Equinemius St. Brown on a play that was, look, I don't want to say it was obvious, but this felt as close to obvious as a lot of Luke Getsy's play calling was. And so 2 reach blocks and a guy biting straight down is not a great way to pick up a first down, and they certainly don't here, as the Bears ultimately lose yardage. I thought that was really the only stuff that I would look at. But so let's see. Anthony says we have 7 more games to evaluate Claypool, which helps because I don't think we know how good he is. Big guys can get slow. I also think, Anthony, to your point, that comfort makes people play fast. When people think, they hesitate. When they hesitate, they play slow. And so I do think that there's a piece of this that Claypool needs a couple games to show who he is, but I'm as much being hopeful as anything else. So here on 2nd and 11, David Montgomery is just an absolute battering ram on inside zone, which I am all for. Jay Sanders, I can't tell you why he's not getting that handoff, if only because he hasn't just completely displaced ESB yet. It is 10:30, so we're going to pick it up just a little bit. We've got an entire half to go through. Nice run from David Montgomery. I'll give you one more look at it at this point, where good job by, almost a good job by, let's see, looks like Reef and 79 are each holding one of this defensive end's arms, which I think is hilarious, just on a personal level. Mustafer does a good job clearing out some space. Monty hits this guy so hard that he basically punches Anzalone into next week and is able to make it 3rd and 5, which you gotta love. No, I hear you, WFM, but we're actually going to try to get a little defense in because I want to talk about good old number 57. But so on 3rd and 5, hey, credit to him. Can we talk about this? I'm pretty sure Fields goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, the Bears have a ton of time, but you're going to see Claypool. He's going to jet down the field. Then you're going to see. Let me see if I can get this right, because then I need to see the play again. Yeah. 1 called an alert, but Fields treats it like 1, right? Then you get 2. You get 3. And then you get 4. And I got the numbers wrong, right? Because it's 1 to 3 to 2 to 4. I want everybody to really take a look at this because it's quick, but that's exactly what Fields does, where he takes a look outside right there. He doesn't like it because while Claypool might be winning, this safety's rotating over. Okay, that's fine. Then after coming off of it, he takes a look inside, looks at ESB, doesn't like it. Maybe he's working to Kmet. Maybe. But he gets to Kmet all the same right there. He doesn't like it. Then he works back to Mooney, realizes Mooney is bare naked open, plants, throws. Boom, catch. Is it the fastest progression you've ever seen? No. Is it a progression? Absolutely. And a full field one at that, where Fields goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Bang. Thumbs up from Robert. Protection rules. So apparently, if you can give Fields like dream protection with a bunch of receivers, he can find him. I do think there's a comfort piece to this, where Fields is bouncing around, and that's a really nice little strike to the receiver. Let's take one more look at this from behind. As Fields drops to the spot, you can tell he really wants Claypool there. I think he passes by ESB, the more I look at it, just to be super fair, right? But he then looks at Kmet, credit to him, and then fires to Mooney for the easy yardage before the hole closes up. Thumbs up. Like, exactly, Ben. Protection like Goff got the entire game. So then first down. And from here, I love this play because this is even sneakier on the all-22. Like, they drop back, they throw a pump fake. It's been a tight end screen the whole time. Get joinked on. And so, right, exactly, Donald. Like, Detroit is playing coverage, so he gets time to go full field and then makes it work. But so, yeah, I completely hear you, John. That's why I'm trying. If I haven't made it clear enough, spend big on the offensive line. We just don't need to draft the guy, but we'll see what happens. But so, because BG, it was third down. Maybe they were trying to just play contain. But what I love about this play is it looks like dragon. So it looks like slant flat. And it's been a tight end screen the whole way. So you get the whole coverage set to just sucker back. This is sweet. This is like up there in honorable mentions for best play calls of the day. Because by the time Kmet separates, I mean, for crying out loud, if Sam Mustipher doesn't almost embarrass himself with how bad he is getting to this block, for all we know, Cole Kmet gets like 15, 20 yards downfield. Like, I mean, it blows my mind how little 67 does here. Like, what is the point of having him out there? Why do we do this? What's the point on these screens if he's just going to stand there and not block anybody? But whatever. Like, it's a nice little screen throw, well worked by Justin Fields to get it to him. I know that sounds cheeky, but screen throws apparently are not givens, as we see later in the game. And I know that ultimately they are all on the quarterback to distribute correctly. So I'll give him a little bit of kudos for helping sell the not screen piece of this before the screen pops out. Solid play. Then 2nd and 1. Let's see here. I got notes on this one, but I need to remember what I'm thinking about. I think this is a smart throwaway. Like, watching this one, look, maybe if you had just balls of brass, you could lace this ball to Chase Claypool. But if you screw it up at all, it's a pick. Like, it's 2nd and 1. Looking at this. So, if you do something categorically stupid, right, then you obviously blow the play up. A throwaway or trying to run is the safest option. I don't love the Bears' options on this because I think that the post alert that Pringle's running is a waste of time. Claypool kind of separates. Like, it's not the worst. Like, ESB certainly doesn't get what looks like a full step of separation most of the time. But Fields is, I don't know. Like, that's what makes this complicated. The throwaway is just not the worst decision. It's not the best decision, maybe, but it's definitely not the worst decision because I feel like you're saying, Ben, like, I can't help but think, let's see here. Yeah, it's pretty open. Fields probably is just, okay, so the problem is Fields can't throw it to him here, like with Hutch in front of him. Credit to Hutchinson, he sits there, like, he sits right in front of him and sticks with him. He does a good job, or like Hutch in particular, does a good job of protecting this. Breaking back, getting in front. If you try to throw here, you probably take a sack because loading the throw slows you down. Once he gets to here, he might be able to fit it. But by the time he would load, maybe he worries that this corner has enough time to break back and get it. But I don't know. Like, oh, that might be Pettis. That is not Claypool. But so, oh man. I like you're saying, or censored. I do feel like I can't help but think that one's fine. It's not gonna get a plus from me, but it's apparently not something that Fields likes. And so then you get the best play of the game, where the Bears call the sneak, everybody sucks up, then they get reset, hand it off, and Pettis basically just walks up into a first down. I mean, this one, to me, is very obvious for why it's so fun. But starting here means that you're considering zone read, right? So you're thinking there and there, right? You've got all the Lions sitting on the edge, ready to break. Then Fields goes for the fake sneak. And the best part is, now that you'd get this reaction, not only does it set up something on the edge, but there's another world where you could just sneak it. Like, why not? And John, I actually do think that that's not a bad comparison. I don't think Fields likes risk stuff. Like, I think Fields wants guys to just be open. He doesn't trust anybody. I actually think that includes Mooney. And there was a point where Fields did trust Mooney, and then he threw 2 picks. One in San Francisco on that throw to Hufanga, right? And another on that, what was that? It wasn't Tampa 2, but it was like the deep post against the Texans that he then threw into coverage. So he stopped trusting Mooney. Since then, I haven't seen him trust anybody. I guess he trusted Kmet a little bit later in the game on the screen, and he threw another pick. Like, it's so silly to ask or to talk about it, but every time I catch Fields trusting a receiver, he ends up throwing a pick. So he's definitely looking for a balance there. And that's an amazing play. My favorite part about the whole thing truly is that not only is it sweet in the moment, but it's sweet on the film room because it makes every defense go, oh gosh. So they could just line up and sneak it at any point. And so now they could also line up and hand it off. It's complex. Like, it's a complex play that presents complex options. Anthony mentions coaches may have put that in the head, paranoid about turnovers. I think you're probably right. Do I think Fields reaches the level of throwing his receivers open? Timothy, I don't know, but I think he gets better at it. I think that if Kirk Cousins can just show a radical transformation in how he even perceives what opens is, then I think that he can, or then I think Fields can do it if they get him an A1 guy. I think the alert in that case was specifically part of the play call. I don't want to burst your bubble, but I do think that that piece of it, that it looks like an alert because it's supposed to look like an alert. I think it's part of the prescribed call the whole way. So then 1st and 10, they run another RSO. And I think what Fields is doing when he takes a look at these is that he takes a look outside, and if the corner hesitates, then he's supposed to throw it. If the corner doesn't hesitate, then he just runs it. And the corner doesn't hesitate here. So if I can point anything out that is super sweet about this run, look at how athletic Justin Fields is, to the point where he goes down because he chooses to. Like, Fields goes down when he wants to at this stage. Like, he runs into a cloud, has the athleticism to stop, get outside. So now he's going to try to get to the edge, right? But this guy cuts him off. So when he does, you know what? I'm going to stop, and I'm going to get back inside. And then I'm going to go down. And he, Anzalone here hugs him at the end of the play. But it's awfully nice seeing Fields start to have this body control over his acceleration, like a Madden player, honestly, where he just pops around and is able to pick up a sweet little 5 yards off of a play that should have been dead twice, right? Twinquist, yes, is the gist of it, but that's not going to stop me. I'm just not all the way to, oh boy, embarrassing. Montgomery puts his war face on. He says, it's game time. And he's going to take this, slam it up the gut for 5 yards the tough way. Gotta love 32. Absolute warrior. BG, did anybody see this level of runability from college? Nobody ever stressed him like this, right? The north-south ability was there. But he didn't need to use it. Let's see. Get some Russell Wilson. Oh gosh, those workout stuff is hilarious. Yeah, MJ, 100%. So then 1st and goal. I love this. This is very easy. This is the first passing touchdown of the game, and truly, does it get any easier than that? Let's talk about what just happened. So the Bears go with effectively like a false zone read, right? Yes. I mean, it might actually be a literal zone read, but this edge crashes, and when he does, Fields pulls it, and Cole Kmet, I love this, is looking like he's going to arc block, but he's going to bluff and pop out for a quick route. Very, very easy. Truly, very, very easy. Bluff, pass, wide open, throws right there. Not that easy a throw. You got to get it over two people, or you got to get it over him while still making sure it's catchable by Cole Kmet. But good enough. Solid catch by 83. And that's censored. That is hilarious that they missed it all 3 times they practiced it. If there's one, Lorenzo, we are just entering the second half. We talked a lot about the draft. But so if there's one criticism I have about this, and it's something that I would like Getsy to, if I can choose, fix. This fade is not a real option, and there is no other option. I would like, if I got to choose, for Luke Getsy to iterate so that it's not one choice. And I'm not really counting a handoff here. Like, there are pieces to this passing game that feel very, if it works, it works. And if it doesn't work, it won't work, right? And I would like, just like the Mooney one that we saw down here, that one, because Joe, I hear you about like pass blocking issues, but on a sprint out, the offensive line isn't really a factor. So like I was saying, the Mooney one where he hit the flat, there was no second choice. right? It was an RPO, so technically the choice would have happened before Fields pulled the ball. Like, he could have handed it off if he wanted it to, but once you pull the ball, you have your one choice. And here, Fields pulls the ball, Kmet gets open, thank goodness. But if this guy sticks with Kmet, is Fields just supposed to run it in? He might be. Like, that might be the case. But it works out. Good play. I like good plays. I want to, I want to talk about the idea of them iterating, in my opinion. Not because they have to, but because me calling it out now, likely I am not going to create the Bears iterating. It's more that I'm mentioning they need to do it, and then I bet you within a couple of weeks I'm going to mention that they did it, because it makes sense to me that Getsy would work it out. I hope that made sense. I think that made sense. But so, I think that Getsy knows they need to iterate. I think that the Lions had a couple of moments throughout this game where their defense basically said, "We're on to you, Bears." And so, I agree with you, Joe. Like, it's by no means that I'm trying to critique the offense and say they gotta be better. It's more that I think that there is let me put it this way, Joe. The Bears are still in their unique smoke and mirrors phase. And there will be a point later in the season, especially when they play the Lions a second time, where the Lions are going to take a hard look at a lot of the things that the Bears did, mostly zone read, and come up with better ways, whether it's scraping, whether it's committing guys further to the edges of the defense. Whatever the Bears come up with, or whatever the Lions come up with, the Bears will need to have iterations ready so that they can combat the way that the Lions will attempt to approach defending them. Because it's great when a lot of this stuff goes off the first time. Can you do it again? Right now, the Bears haven't had to play anybody twice, and that works. That's great. They will eventually. And so when they do, how are they going to refine the offense so that it works a second time and a third time and a fourth time? Hard to score 30 points, harder to score 30 points twice against the same opponent. But that's all for the future. But so, moving on, Bears start their next drive off with a healthy little Herbert run. Gosh, isn't that so fun? Like, we've got a handoff here where it looks to me, at least, that's got to be what it is. Yeah. Here, he just stands straight up again. Freezes. Like, look at that. Look at how still he is. Boom. Frozen in time. Aiden Hutchinson, frozen in time. But so Herbert, because he stands straight up, is able to literally run right past him. And I love the push at the end of that. Dude picks up 4 yards off of just turning them legs, which is super fun. We are censored. Seriously, it's so goofy watching this. Billie Jean is not my lover. He's just a girl. Claims that I am the one. 97 did not make that tackle. So, anyways. Then, Herbert is back at it again. Truly easy to love. Just the quickest little handoff. Pop for a bunch of yards. They got so close on this duo handoff to a huge play. Had Anzalone gotten blocked right here and not gotten a piece of 24, I don't know if 24 would have still been running. That safety was waiting for him, but boy, oh boy, he was flying. No, exactly what it really isn't. Like, Aiden Hutchinson probably wouldn't have caught Justin either. It was awfully nice. Like, when he freezes like that, when Hutchinson stands still, I'm sure he thinks he's playing both sides of it, but I think he's taking himself out of both plays, which that's a lesson for a young guy to learn. Especially with a team like Justin, or like the Bears, you're going to do so much more defending zone read than you've just about ever done in the rest of the NFL. But so here, the Bears get a sweet little, or like a sweet play working. You've seen it. I've seen it. Let's talk about the all-22 piece where Darnell Mooney's going to come across. Watch the way the defense reacts to that. Oh no, everybody takes a step towards Darnell Mooney. What could that possibly do? Well, Cole Kmet is running the deep post on, you better believe it's another rollout. We stopped counting how many rollouts they were, but I'm pretty sure we're up to like 6 or 7. So then you've got somebody coming into the flat. You've got this guy coming over on the over. Darnell Mooney's just kind of standing around. But here's the thing. Cole Kmet isn't gonna run a flag. He's gonna run a post. And poor Kirby Joseph, a rookie, never sees it coming. Look at him flip those hips. Look at him get ready. Look at him look back right here like, oh, you've got to be. What? Did they seriously? Did they really just? Oh, no. Oh, no. And Brandon, it's not Wyleek. Like, Wyleek would look more like, I had to correct myself after the game. Wyleek would look more like tight end coming across and then heading up field. But it's a sweet Kmet touchdown all the same. As Fields, can we give some credit to Fields on this? Because what Fields sees is, oh, shoot, he's open. Like, Fields is watching Kmet, sees it, flips his hips, throws almost literally as fast as he can. This guy almost makes a play. Speaking of, credit to Fields for recognizing it very quickly and then stapling a throw to Cole Kmet. Look, is it the greatest play? Is this what's going to take you to Canton? This is really more like Luke Getsy gift wrapping you a touchdown. I mean, let me be really, really honest. Like, this separation right here is probably more separation than most of Fields' targets in the game combined. This is crazy. But it's still a good throw. You got to throw a catchable ball in that situation. And then Cole Kmet catches his second touchdown, boom, softball celebration. You can get gift wrapped to Canton, Donald. That's honestly a really solid point. And unfortunately, yeah, that this is the Kmet separation stat generator. Absolutely. All right, so before this, I do want to take you back to something else that I found on film while we're still here, talking about. Let's see, it's this play. Talking about the last one. I don't know if you saw it. Equidamius St. Brown celebrates with Cole Kmet. By the end of the season, if Cole Kmet picks this up, I predict we're going to get the entire team baseball swinging with Cole Kmet. Everybody baseball swing. I'm going to sit at home. I'm going to baseball swing. Maybe for every touchdown catch Cole Kmet has, another teammate begins to baseball swing. Yeah, he does. Justin Fields comes up and baseball swings. Is Mooney doing it? Mooney looks like he's just spinning. Let's see. Oh, Mooney does. Okay, see that it's his fourth. 1, 2, 3, 4 for 4 TDs. So it's a direct linear relationship between how many TDs he has and how many people baseball swing. So we get a nice little baseball swing. Fields comes in with the baseball swing. That's hilarious. But had to point that out because it's funny and fun. Now, on this, obviously, we just have to assume that everybody baseball swung from other here, or from the way back. Also, massive credit because Michael Schofield is just sending the vibes the entire way, right? Just breathing touchdown, living touchdown in the moment. Fields walks on in. Herbert's an airplane. And then the little celebration. The Lucas Patrick. So then we've got, let's see. Oh, this is a good one. This is interesting. First, so this is 17 to 24. All right. Pressure's on. Or it's 10 to 24. This is where we're trying to build on it. It's not quite 17 to 24 yet. Unfortunately, I know how that one ends. But we're looking to build on it. We're also looking to run the ball. So, of course, the Bears are going to start with a simple zone read. Justin pulls this one, and honestly, it's like one of the onlys that you could maybe argue he didn't need to pull, but at the same time, he's so athletic, I get it. Cole Kmet, I'm going to be honest, kind of just doesn't really block Anzalone. Like, Kmet gets in front of him. Maybe there's some triple option stuff going on, but he's not really being forceful at all in the block, and that would be fine if Fields didn't end up having to go around him and not get in, or like not get anything. Hey, it's 1 yard. It happens, but not an awesome block overall, which is fine. Maybe the read wasn't perfect. It's a muddy read because as much as I would love to, or kind of like you're mentioning, Grant, it's like, I don't know. Because then I watched this read on 97. 97 comes in for it. Like, that's a pull read if I've seen one. But it does feel to me like if Kmet turns his shoulders and locks Anzalone out a little bit more, Fields has an avenue to get upfield. But like, hey, not every run works. And Anzalone does do a pretty good job of getting on top of it. So then, 2nd and 9. Let's go plunge for 5 yards. Right? Let's hand this bad boy off. Let's go let number 32 grind for us. And that's exactly what happens here. Simple, if memory serves, it's like, yeah, exactly, Donald. Not every time is it a player's fault. But basic inside zone duo style handoff, and Montgomery just hits it hard. I do love that plays like this, where the Bears' offensive line looks united, and I can only hope that the new free agent offensive line can do more of this, as it's always fun seeing the Navy jerseys pop off the line and explode. Go get you some yards. Absolutely. And then 3rd and 5. Look, this one's funny. We'll watch the whole play, because the throw that Fields makes is absolutely bananas. This throw right here, boom, right? This is such a good throw. Let's talk about it. Or let's show it again. I put this on Twitter just a little while ago. Twitter went crazy with it, because this is a throw when people abuse the whole if Mahomes did it. Wow. Soak this in. 40 yards. Rolling left. Snap. Throw. Jeter right here. Snap. Throw. Dart. So nice. Like, you want to talk about a physical reps perspective? I mean, I agree with you, Ben. I think it's PI. I think it comes in a little late. It sounds like Kmet lost it in the sun. I would love for Kmet to get his hands around anyways. But, man, oh, man. That is a dirty throw. That is sweet. I am stunned. This is as good as it was. I thought for sure watching live that this throw was like 15 yards closer. Because there's no way that that's such a strike. What is this a DPI? Like, yes. I definitely think that that Anzalone gets a piece of Kmet's left arm. But there's not really a but to it. It's more like you want your guy to make the magic catch fighting through defensive pass interference, but it does look like he gets a piece of his left arm. I would want this to be called DPI, and I would say, ooh, got a little away with a little interference if the jersey was reversed. What Fields sees is he sees, like Donald is mentioning, a linebacker with his head turned and throws over the top of him. You got to get the call. And I'm not even really upset at the result. The only thing that I am upset about, if I'm upset at all, is that I hate to spoil the fun, right? This is an incredible throw. Incredible throw. The only problem is that when we talked about it earlier, or when we talked about this game earlier, we said that in this game, Fields made a lot of the easy things look hard. And right here, I don't really care what 13 and 11 are doing, if I can be honest, because it's not really important. Like, I was watching it to get it right, but it doesn't really matter. Like, Mooney and Pringle do something here. The main thing that I want you to watch is Pettis. Pettis is going to run what looks like an option route. He's going to read that his defender is sitting with outside or inside leverage, and then he's going to run an out, and he is open. He is very open. You got to remember, this is a 3rd and 5, so when Pettis is there, you got to throw this ball. Like, Fields has turned away from it, probably because there's some pressure, sure, but let's go back to the pressure point. Can Fields throw it here? He sure can. Like, he would have to load and throw right now, right? Like, to be clear, this would be little a anticipation or whatever, right? Like, A-N-T-I, whatever. It's too late. I can't do that anymore. Like, absolutely, Lions Mania, good game. I'm with you, Donald. Like, and trust me, I try to make excuses for Fields when I think he deserves it. This is one that any quarterback's coach that that I've talked to says you got to throw this ball because it's an option route and because you see it coming and because the offensive lineman is still engaged at this moment. Now, it's a sweet play. This one's just lower percentage. It is a pro day throw in game. This is a crazy play. It's sweet. I would take it anytime. It's still fine. Fields used his legs and his arm to create a play for them. But I do think you got to throw this. That's just my 2 cents. And I'm really trying to judge him appropriately. But this is something that in his 3rd year, I think he throws this. Like, not worried about it now. Worried? No, not worried. Pointing out an area for growth is the way that I would put it. That's where low-grade anticipation and trustworthy targets is something that I think will fix this problem. Just got to know and throw, but get there. Let's see. He's looking deep to Mooney and then has no more sideline to go to Pettis. Exactly, Anthony. Like, it's a throw that's, in my opinion, it's got to be made. I think he's got to come off of Mooney a little bit sooner because Mooney's an alert, and against man defense, you're looking for option routes like this. I should probably explain the philosophy of that just so that we're all on the same page. While it looks like Mooney is the number 1 route right here on a fade to the sidelines, that's more of what's called an alert, which you throw if it's open, but it's not open here. You're really just clearing space. Like, Pringle and Mooney are both just trying to create a bubble for Pettis to run an option route, which I'm guessing that it's an option route, but we've seen Allen Robinson do this forever in a Bears uniform, so you've seen it before. This little, this smaller route where you're going to see, Pettis isn't running as hard as he can necessarily immediately, and a couple of skips at the top of your route, that gives me the impression that Pettis has the jurisdiction to go in, to go out, and probably to post. Those are usually your 3 options on an option route. Or curl. Sometimes they can curl too. But I have to guess. I'm completely guessing. The main thing that happens here is that the quarterback makes a read. The receiver makes a read. And if they both read, okay, he's got outside leverage and he's sitting over the top of me, that cues our out route. Then Fields sets his feet, throws out, and Pettis turns and goes and gets it. And the only reason I even mention this is because Mitch Trubisky did this a lot with Tariq Cohen and Allen Robinson. It's a great man beater. Like, when you know you've got man coverage, you can beat this. You are making sure this guy cannot win, right? Because if he sits with inside leverage right here, Pettis runs the same route, breaks in, open. The Bears have really struggled against man coverage. So this is a good solution by Getsy to a man problem. It just doesn't work because they don't throw the ball. And that's fine. It's something that I would like to see change because I think if you throw that, it's open. It's going to take practice. It's going to take reps. It's going to take time, to be honest. I don't think they installed a lot of these, right? Especially during camp and whatnot. But I point it out because it's another growth area. That's a spot on the field that I think Fields can get better because this part is just natural talent. This is just God-given gifts, and that's amazing. But unless you're going to get the DPI call every time, which if we learned from Miami, you won't, right? You want to try to eventually get to the point where you're comfortably taking the higher percentage throw instead of the amazing play downfield. Incredible highlight play downfield. Justin Fields is oozing talent. He's oozing confidence. I love seeing plays like that, even in the wake of something I think is a mistake. But as Fields, if I was going to break it up, as Fields struggles in phase 1, let's call it, but gets better at phase 2, I think that as this goes up, this is already going up. And so you're going to get a very, very good quarterback as phase 1 improves. I mean, I hate to put it this way. This is probably all the same stuff that Mahomes did in his rookie year. Like the part of his game we didn't see, right? Because he was on the bench. And so as Mahomes probably made very similar mistakes where phase 1 did not come together well and phase 2 had to carry a lot of the weight, he learned for like 16 games sitting on the bench. We just didn't see it, right? This is what it looks like out in the open to learn the different ways that you need to improve via phase 1. But that's fine. Like now, 17-24, right? First down. Bears run right into an 8-man box. I don't love the call, but to pretend that I don't love the call is to pretend like I really have a strong opinion. The only thing that I will say is that it is awfully strange to me that Equanimeous St. Brown is coming around to block a safety in the box because he's just never going to get there. And that seems to be the read man on this run, who immediately turns the run outside, and then Hutchinson's able to make the play. Like, it's easy for the Lions, and it's partially easy because I think the blocking scheme outthought itself. But this is something that it's not like Fields checked to it. If anything, I'd like to see Fields check out of it, but he's not quite there yet, and that's okay. He's not a veteran quarterback. We don't need to act like he's a veteran quarterback. Censored. He said he couldn't read defenses until halfway through his 3rd year. Don't get ahead of yourself. Like, that's a really key quote from Mahomes. I think that a lot of this stuff that Fields is going through is really new, especially with the Ohio State piece. Like, it takes time. The Bears draw another holding call here. This one's a huge bummer. Look at how well Herbert does with this run, for crying out loud. Like, Bears hand it off. They get a sweet set of arc blockers. Fields makes a block. Herbert makes a play. 22-yard run. Gotta love it, right? Gotta love it. Ryan Griffin gets tagged for a hold. 84, for crying out loud. I mean, you tell me. Soft, not soft. It's a hold. I feel like I've seen worse. But I'm mostly sour. Can I be honest? Because this was just such a fun play to see Herbert hit the backside, beat Anzalone, like Fields makes a block. What a bummer to see that one come back. So, BG, I think they will try to that point. Like you mentioned, Fields is struggling to, but can scramble against man. I think you're 100% right. I think it is that the Bears' counter to that is elongated man beaters. I also think that playing QB contain is harder than it looks when your quarterback is Justin Fields. And so every time you try to rush the passer at any point and close the play down, that you risk him getting free. And that's happened enough times that until somebody can do something about it, I'll just assume that it's going to keep happening. So here's 2nd and 18, right? You want to talk about, there are a lot of people talking about how the pick six cannot happen, and it can't, right? I will point out before we get there, team sport, right? Why am I mentioning team sport? Because to escape from the Madhouse's point, we go from potentially game icing run to holding call. The holding call puts us at 2nd and 18, massively behind the chains, and Fields refuses to say die on a play that, I mean, to be fair, Fields has been trying some wild stuff over the last 3-4 weeks. Can we all agree something like this was going to happen eventually, right? I know that may sound silly, but he's a 2nd-year quarterback. Like, he's been taking crazy, goofy risks, like that wild run in the end zone that he scored on. right? Of course, when he dropped back, sees a screen, gets instant pressure up the middle. Like, that's not part of the screen design, so to speak. Sam Mustipher gives him a bump and not much else. The blitzer doesn't really pick up his guy. Suddenly Fields is under pressure, and shocker, not shocker per se, the screen's covered. It's not there, right? Fields works a little too hard to make this happen. I think we all know that. Like, as soon as he sees this, throw up in the air, throw down at his feet. Josh Allen does it all the time. Series is probably over, but Josh Allen does it all the time. I think Fields is thinking, if he can squeeze this ball over to Kmet, Kmet might just be able to make a play. But he squeezes a little too hard. Ball floats on him as he's getting hit. It gets picked off, and suddenly it's a tie football game. I'm with you guys. Like, you got to have good blocking. Yeah, like Justin will deliver when he's got that dream time. But I think of a 4 month, or what is that like? I will also take a 4 touchdown, 1 burn game, though this pick 6 is really crippling. Like, exactly, Jonathan. You can see why he tried it, but do y'all happenstantially remember last year when against the Vikings, Justin Fields tried to jump over a Vikings defensive lineman and throw the ball, and in so doing, I believe he fumbled? Like, this is very similar, where Fields tries to make magic out of broken screens constantly. But on 2nd and 18, in a game that you are winning in your own territory, don't do that. Dirt the ball. He had to learn. He had to learn. We have now belabored it more than it's worth. I think that there are some of these plays that, like, as an analyst who is incredibly optimistic about a lot of things, I think I'm optimistic. Maybe you guys don't think I'm optimistic, but I try to tell it as real as it is. And in my case, a lot of times that real comes out very positive. And so I feel like I need to give the negative plays their due, but this one speaks for itself. Can't throw a pick 6 on a screen. Can't throw a pick 6. For the most part, you're not going to try to throw a pick 6 period, but you definitely can't throw a pick 6 on a screen. That is a gimme, right? Jimmy Garoppolo throws stupider interceptions, not stupider, but like similarly dumb interceptions all the time, you know? But like you're saying, Anthony, it's not like Kmet competed for the ball super well. Kmet just lets this thing float right over him, right? But it's close. I mean, if anything, he gets caught fading too far backwards and just tries to throw across his body and make the miracle throw, you know? Happens. Young quarterback doing young quarterback things. Because Donald, I agree with you. I can't help but think it was just a split-second mindset thing. It was Fields' never say die mentality, never saying die. He got caught in it. It happens, right? 1st and 10, Bears run the football. They've been calling zone read the entire game. They didn't stop. They didn't stop to the point where you might want to beg the question of, should they have stopped, right? But they read. They don't like the guys just sitting out here. I actually don't know what Fields is necessarily looking at. Because, Ben, to your point, you mentioned pissed about the holding. I think that Donald, so Donald, let me put it this way. You say behind, try it. Ahead in the 4th quarter, don't try it. Simplify it. Behind the chains, try it. That's, I think, what Justin Fields was thinking. If I don't throw this ball, we do not pick up a first down, and we need a first down right now. I think he squeezed it a little too hard, just in general, right? But so Fields probably has the read here if he wants to, but it's not like handing the ball off is a deliberately horrible decision. I mean, the read man certainly doesn't make the play. It's 96 who does, and he's a big old dude. Or it's not 96, it's 50, whatever. We're getting there, team. 54 made some plays. I don't even know what his name is, but he's a solid little player. Right here, he bullies Whitehair, takes this one down. Bully, rip, nice tackle. Gotta love it. Can't wait for the Bears to have some defensive linemen that can make plays like that. It is a stupid number to see on there, Grant. I agree with that. So then, 2nd and 8. Very easy. Is the delivery as fast as it could be? Who cares? Fields takes the snap, delivers the ball right to Mooney. Mooney's able to take it upfield, get you 8 yards. Great second down play. Nice and simple. It's an RPO, as probably just does not surprise anybody. Fields pulled the RPO, as probably just does not surprise anybody. But it's a good play overall. Nice job by Fields getting the ball out. It's a throw that he has struggled with at times. And so it's nice seeing, even on a rough day, these are starting to come to him. I mean, isn't it funny watching Fields slowly but surely? Can we all agree, chat? It's like you are seeing him, even if every couple of weeks he takes a step back in a certain area, he's taking such massive step forwards in other areas that it is just wild to watch. I feel like development is very obvious, even if it's not wholly linear. Then here is the magic play, right? So here's what's funny about this one, right? I'll show you the play, then we'll show you the draw. You gotta love a good old-fashioned superstar doing superstar things. I mean, come on. How many guys in the league? Really, really spectacular. Did Claypool give him a little crown? I don't know what this is. But so, I think this is triple option. I've talked to a couple coaches about it. Nobody's 100% on what this is. But I think it's triple option. And what that would mean is option A is Herbert. Option B is Fields. Option C is Cole Kmet getting a throw. Where I think the first read man is the guy on the end. One right here. And then I think the second read man is number 2. Where if you take a look at this, so I think 88 is actually supposed to leave him unblocked. Like, I think that he gets caught up on accident because if you watch Anzalone ends up completely unblocked, right? Oh, Brandon, it's because, to be fair, so I understand you're a newer football fan. We've gotten really used to number coding positions. You got to remember that certain numbers just weren't allowed to be worn by people outside of a position. So when an offensive lineman eventually chooses to wear number 8, a whole bunch of old people like us are going to go, ew, what's an offensive lineman doing wearing number 8? Offensive linemen wear 70s and 60s. So that's all it is. But so Fields takes the read. Again, you'll see Anzalone ends up completely unblocked and just caught in the wash. But 97 and 38, it could be either of these guys. Both bite down. So I think Wesco blocks the read guy, 38, and it just happens kind of on accident, right? Basically, the Bears catch a lucky break. So then Fields pulls it, and he sees this guy, the second read man, following Cole Kmet. Easy read right on up, right? Fields cuts. Absolutely bakes Kirby Joseph. Let's really soak this one in. Bakes Kirby Joseph. And from there, the rest is, I mean, that's the stuff that does put you in the Hall of Fame. It's sweet. I mean, little triple option stuff like this is deadly. Like, these kinds of plays are not gimmicks. These are plays that every team in the NFL is going to struggle to defend. Look at Fields just step around Kirby Joseph. First of all, can we talk about how Fields goes from literally lateral, right, to 1, 2, 3 vertical, like 4 if you really want to be specific. Now he's completely vertical after 4 steps. His turning ability is not getting enough credit because it's insane how quickly he gets vertical, to the point where he gets 45-degree angle and back up the field on 1 step. I mean, it is just crazy. Steve A, I cannot even imagine. Blows by everybody, defenders included. It is bizarre watching how fast, watching his lateral agility within this. Like, here's one in full motion. Just explodes past him as if he's not even there. And now here's where I've got to be a little bit cruel, right? This play is incredible. This play washes the pick 6, but it's not points on top of the pick 6, obviously. I mean, if it's Santos's fault, and I get that, but because the pick 6 happened, I know, EFTM, but like, because the pick 6 happened, because they had to score again, the kicker had an opportunity, right, to miss and ultimately blow the game. Like, it's not that it's Fields' fault. That's not the core goal here. That's not what I'm talking about. Can we be plain about this? It's that these mistakes are, I don't know. Every football coach I talked to all said, oh, that pick 6 couldn't have been worse. And I assume that there's something to that, right? From a game flow perspective. I feel like this is, Josh, we are not, but only because I don't have the special teams all-22 immediately on hand. I will tell you that a play like this is about as definitive an answer as you can give. So to be totally fair to Fields, like, he restored the lead. The kicker blew the extra point. That sucks, you know? But, I mean, it's so complicated because it's like, it's still a 4-touchdown game. I'm not going to actually come down that hard on Fields over a 4-touchdown game, for crying out loud. I can't. That doesn't seem fair. And so, at this point, kind of like Steve A said, game killers, it's like, I have to acknowledge that pick 6 really hurt, but that the epic run is epic. And I think they just cancel each other out, which basically equates to 2 drives of the Bears doing not literally nothing, but effectively nothing. Not quite. Because it's more like back-to-back drives. But anyways, defense needs to do a job as well. Absolutely. I agree, Cody. Like, Fields has to be perfect just about for everything to work. So then 3803, I think this is hilarious. This is Fields' debatably worst decision all game, and it's not even that bad. Like, this is a give, if you ask me. This is Hutchinson's clearest give opportunity. Oh, I'm an idiot because he did give it. I'm looking at my notes for later, huh? I am. Oh, no. So Hutchinson gives the give, right? Hutchinson allows the give. The problem is Braxton Jones gets bullied just enough to where Herbert has to try to squeeze through the edge, and Schofield gets beat too, and the Bears only pick up 1. They realized, credit to Detroit, hey, maybe we should not have Justin Fields beat us. What if we let everybody else beat us? Don't we think that would work better? Correct. Like, at this point, Hutchinson, everything's going to do what they can to just usher in as many handoffs as possible. And it turns out that Michael Schofield leading the way is not how you win, as 54 just separates from him. And then everybody ends up on the ground. Classic Bears offensive line. They gained 1 yard, right? Second play. The Bears are still, I don't know why they ran the ball here. I mean, I guess it's because it's 2nd and 9, and that's just what they do, right? But they run the ball. The Bears offensive line does, I mean, relatively speaking, it's a horrible job, right? Let's take a look at this. You did censored. Handoff. Mustafer's beat immediately. Up the middle. Immediately. Reef gets blown up on this side of the play. So the edge is set. 25 leaks through on pressure. All of this just feeds Herbert straight up the middle. And then the backside defender comes in to clean it up. Nasty. Herbert does well to even generate 3 yards. But if you thought the fun ended there, on 3rd and 6, the Bears are going to run a pick play, right? They're going to pull Cole Kmet in from outside. When they do, they see zone. Zone should have been their cue to check out of this, to be honest. But so they're going to run ESB up here. He's going to probably run that or something like that. Mooney is going to hit him with the option stagger and then go out. The only problem is, have we noticed, if you haven't seen this on Twitter, I can't make this up. ESB picks Mooney. So instead of ESB's route creating separation with him for Darnell Mooney on an easy 6-yard sprint out, ESB picks his own teammate. Bang. The defender is not worse for wear at all. Not at all. And this play is DOA. Now, could, theoretically, Fields have eyes in the back of his head and get to here? Maybe. If he's a superhero. Most quarterbacks don't. It's not that, by no means is that me trying to over-defend Fields. It is very common on 3rd down situations for quarterbacks to pick their number 1 receiver and basically just sit on him. And if you don't believe me, go back to any of the tape when we talked about Allen Robinson with Mr. Trubisky, and I would defend him, Nick Foles, and Andy Dalton the same way for doing the same thing. Because a lot of times, play callers will just call and be like, that's it. That's the guy. There is no 2, right? And like you're saying, Ben, Mahomes may find him, but Mahomes is also just built different. Rodgers in his heyday might find him. Rodgers is amazing. So might Tom Brady. At that point, eventually maybe we get there. But I don't think I don't think we're there yet, at the very least. Because like BG's saying, there's just a ton of bodies there. And BG, let's be blunt. You screw that up, and it's a pick, you're hosed. You've hosed the team. He already threw one, right? Fields tries to find the running lane, doesn't find it. Bears got a punt. Now, obviously, the defense just gives it up immediately, which is its own problem, right? But seeing the Bears receivers pick themselves is never fun. And yeah, Jordan, the pass concepts that are within the Bears offense right now really need some work. But that's a problem for another time, I guess. So Hutchinson is going to give as clear a give read as he can on this one because they're really trying. So wait, BG asks, what about the ESB route? So to me, the problem is that while I would love for Fields to theoretically throw this, that is as dangerous a throw as you can get, especially when you're still looking at your number 1 wide receiver. You got to remember, simple mindset. I get it. That in theory, BG, we would look at Darnell Mooney and we would say, all right, hang on. Is he really a wide receiver 1? Well, in the eyes of Fields, at least for this play, he sure is. And so he's sitting on his wide receiver 1, trying to let him win against man coverage. If he shifts to Equanimeous St. Brown, he would need to just snap throw really far. Probably like a Dante Pettis-esque throw all the way across the field. And he'd have to do it pretty much right now because the pocket is getting worse, or at the very least, he's seeing a lot of blue flash in front of his face, which it might not literally be pressure, but it sure makes it look like pressure. So it's not that I'm saying he can't. It's that I'm saying that seems to me like the power of the clicker. So first down, this is where Hutch is going to give a give read. Like, he even kind of just sits on his outside, and Fields says, I really don't care what your read is. I'm going to beat you. And doggone it, he almost does. He still beats him for 5 yards. Like, it's wild seeing, okay, Justin Fields, you are officially one-on-one versus Aiden Hutchinson. Aiden Hutchinson even has the edge, right? Like, Fields is on this side of the hash, Hutchinson's on the other. Guess what? It doesn't really matter. Had Cole Kmet and his man not been there, Fields beats him in an open foot race, and it's not even a question. I mean, it is crazy just how athletic Fields is. And if Cole Kmet throws a hero block down, like, wow. It could have been a heck of a play. Right? EFTM. Like, every time you do that in any NCAA game, you get smoked. If you do that with Cam Newton in Madden, you get smoked. Like, it's not a TFL. Fields just says, I'm better than you. Look at this. Look at this sweet toe drag. Like, toe drag in. Freezes Hutchinson. Hutchinson's working his way out. Oh, he's got to come back in. And guess what? He lost. Doesn't even take a hit. At least not really. Not a contact hit. Man. 2nd and 5. This will probably draw a frowny face from plenty. Claypool's going to get a true one-on-one here. Not only can he not separate, I am telling you things that wide receiver coaches have told me. This is not me. I have been told this throw is fine. Not amazing, but fine. And that Claypool massively overruns it. That he basically acts like it's any throw, or basically that, like, I'm not going to work back to this ball if I don't want to, but that it's a back shoulder throw. And I think the back shoulder piece of it makes a lot of sense. Okuda's got him. I understand they're even, but he is not leaving. And so he works back shoulder, and the throw may very well get to him. I can't be certain, because the throw hits Okuda on the hip. But it's very clear that Claypool and Fields are not 100% on how they want to approach some of these situations, because you would expect Claypool to come back for that and at least try to get to the back shoulder ball. He doesn't get there. Bummer. I sure hope it'll come, Donald. I'm a believer. 3rd and 5, and this might be the best play of Fields' game. I mean, not literally, but also maybe, because the Bears are going to call out, curl, and then I don't remember what he's doing. Nobody gets open. Like, watch the 3 receivers up top. Yeah, it looks like a dig, an out, and then a curl that converts into also an out. Within this, you've got blanketed, until he works back out. Which, maybe. Like, maybe you hit him with the, he should throw it to Mooney. But Fields goes, alert, 1, 2. And can you blame him? Like, no, let me go make a play. He rolls over. All right, that play's not there, right? And then what Fields does, he looks back at Montgomery, tells him, bro, get deeper, avoids an edge rusher to keep the pocket clean. And I mean, look at that. Are you kidding? That is so sweet. You want to talk about natural playmaking? Let's watch it in real time. Fields doesn't like it. 1, 2, 3. Movement. Keep the play alive. Remember, it's 3rd down on a gotta have it drive, and just gives his receiver a great chance at a ball. And this is DPI. This gets drawn. Fields and Montgomery draw the flag. Also, kudos to Montgomery. That is a sweet stretch for the ball. Like, not a lot of running backs even attempt that. But, Ben, I'm pretty sure they do. Because I know it's a penalty. And I can't remember. I think it's even, what is it? Like, it's either that or it's illegal contact downfield. No, the 4th and 8 is later. But Monty in the passing game is fun. This is a flag, guys. Because next up is 1st and 10. Defensive hold, not DPI. Got you. But man, what a throw. This is just crazy to me. Finds it, flicks it, bang. Sure, it's outstretched. It is in the hands. And it's all done just like mid-play. Like, these kinds of plays get me so amped up about what Fields can do. Because at this point, you get him some talent that'll catch that, and it's just crazy. BG, that doesn't surprise me that Fields' average time to throw this game was 4.07 seconds. They had like 9 rollouts. Rollouts take forever, especially if you don't throw it, you flick it out of bounds. That's like a 7-second play in some cases. So it doesn't surprise me that his time to throw was crazy because they didn't push, like they didn't do anything to get the ball out fast. They didn't want to play on the edge. But yeah, that one was crazy. So next up, to finish this out, 1st down play, extremely unlucky. Like, this is old school shallow cross. It is 1 and 2 with some stuff going on the side, and who cares, right? When Kmet comes across, he's about to be stupid open. He just gets horribly unlucky as he runs knee to knee into the defender. Fields throws the ball meekly into the middle because he's loaded to throw. Hey, I've been talking about anticipation. Fields loads during the contact and then throws it away. Now, Donald, I reached out to 3 coaches. One of them didn't get back to me. One of them told me that this shouldn't have been a penalty. One of them told me this should be a penalty. So, mixed results. I think if you asked me, the contact is incidental. Now, I don't like saying that. I don't feel like the defense should be rewarded for bumping into a player downfield in the middle of a big play. It feels weird to suggest to me that like they want that this is, I don't know, that the defense basically is allowed to go knee to knee. And in hockey, even if it's an accident, if you go knee to knee, you get a penalty. But I don't know. I think it's got to be incidental contact, especially once Kmet gets hurt. It would have been a huge play. Let's see. Fields should have thrown it towards the receiver and it would have been easier to call. Daniel, I can't help but agree. Fields tries to pull it back. I think that's what happens here, is that Fields tries to hold the ball and just loses it in his hands. Escape from the Madhouse. I think the idea that Kmet isn't open is hilarious. Kmet's about to be like jailbreak open. Like, I don't know when the safety would have caught him, but you throw this ball to like here-ish, Kmet runs under it. If the safety doesn't get there, Kmet may actually get up to like the 20-yard line. Like, this would have been a huge play. And you want to talk about how cruel football can be. Okay, so think about the last game that you watched, and like the last non-Bears game that you watched. You probably remember, like, at least one that had a late game scenario. You probably remember it getting to a late game scenario and them getting to 3rd or 4th down. You can't just throw downs away. And in this case, the Bears, let's just call it bad luck. Like, you can call it bad refereeing if you want to, but let's just call it bad luck. they get screwed out of a down, which is brutal for a team like Chicago right now. And so that super sucks. Exactly, Donald. Like, you can't make that incidental just because if you do, you're incentivizing things. And Daniel, I agree. If you tucked and found I think if you tucked and found somebody, you might have said something. Like, we all might have. But I guess I don't know. Like, Kmet is all we get is the play in front of us in which a player goes down. But so then we get on to second down. Sucks to take a sack. Like, okay, so let's put it this way. This is about to be let me just play it. It's a bad sack, right? But it's a bad sack because of the situation, not because I don't understand what's going on, right? So the play call that the Bears have is like a modified version of Dagger, where they're going to run a post, they're going to run a deep in, and this deep in is the throw after the post has cleared space, right? The problem is the Bears can't protect for it. Let me get to the point where Hutchinson touches him. Yeah, it's not open yet, right? We're all on the same page. That's not open yet. Like, you're waiting about a half second longer so that he can get into the middle of the field so that you can paint that middle of the field. That's what everybody's aiming for, because you need to see this safety leave, right? The issue is that in theory, because it's just a situation, you might want to see the check down, but I don't know, guys. Like, I really like to try to be as fair as possible in these. Reef gets rolled. I mean, literally, he falls over. And as soon as he does, like Anthony's saying, Hutchinson puts his arm on Fields' arm. Like, Hutchinson's got his hand resting on Justin's arm. You can't just throw like this. As much as I want Fields to hit the check down, the moment Hutch gets there, this play is over. And so I can't help but think that this is more of a protection error than it is a quarterbacking error. Sure, maybe the moment that Reef gets literally yanked off his feet, you might like to see Justin try to flick it to Montgomery, but he's stepping up for a reason. Like, Fields is trying to navigate the pocket. You can see him step up and step up again. Sometimes your right tackle just needs to make a block. Like, and in this case, I can't help but put this on protection more than anything else. Because, Daniel, I catch you, but, like, I don't think this is there a CB blitz on this play? Because it looks to me like it's just the edge beating. I hear you with this, but you've got enough guys to pick up the protection. Like, you don't always need to play. So when you play hot route, just so we're all on the same page, is when you get a blitz that you can't protect. Like, you get, or here you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're fine, right? And I'm with you, Donald, where, like, I think that there's something to be said for the fact that Reef has Hutchinson handled-ish, and then Schofield comes over and gives him such a heavy shove that Reef completely loses his balance. But also, never a good look to see 71 just get yanked off his feet and fall. When you're protecting with 6, you're expecting to be able to hold with 6, especially against just 5. The Bears right now can barely protect with 8, let alone 6, most of the time. Huge bummer. 3rd and 15, Fields just checks it down. Like, it's just 4 verts with a check down. I could draw it if you really feel like it, but nothing's even open. Like, or it's not nothing's open, it's that Fields throws the ball quickly enough. Fields maximizes the check down the whole way, but by the time he throws it, like, none of the verts are really concluded. You try to throw it here, and this guy picks it off. You try to throw it here, maybe, but I don't think Fields is looking, right? At this point, they're just trying to get to 4th and somewhat realistic instead of 4th and 15. So as much as Kmet may actually be open on the seam, he's not reading 4 verticals because it would be suicide if you miss. And so they just trying to get to 4th and 8 and maybe magic outside of it. It's not even like a good play necessarily. It's just the play that you need. Donald, I don't hate it either. It's just, when it's somebody like Schofield, who you already don't like, it only makes it worse. And then the fourth down. I think I was too hard on this early. I don't know. All right. It's fourth down. It's fourth down and 8. You can't take a sack on fourth down. It's an automatic on the quarterback if you take a sack on fourth down. Pretty much. You should throw the ball. Like, unless somebody runs straight through the offensive line and hits you immediately, you should throw the ball, no matter how covered it is. Because if you throw the ball, somebody might catch it. If you don't throw the ball, no one will catch it. But nobody's really open either. Like, so looking at the safety, let's talk about the routes. You got 2 outside routes and a big dig over the middle. And not only is the dig going to get covered in man, you also have a safety that bites down on it. The safety bites down on it really badly, right? So 39 here completely hoses himself by putting himself in this spot. He's not open right now, but all of a sudden, boom, now he's totally open. Like, the safety will not catch it. If you throw this ball out to where Pringle has to run for it, like, you can make this throw. But already a Green Dog Blitzer's coming through. So if Fields didn't already have that idea, which he's so young, how would he have had that idea, right? Like, just being blunt. I mean, on Twitter, I get 280 characters, and you don't get to hear, like, the heart behind the eval. This is so hard. Like, who's really going to throw this? It's like, this is a suicide throw. So, oh, wait a minute. You know what? Actually, it's open. Like, would not be surprised if, and I'm doing this at half speed, if less than half speed. So Fields makes a play in the pocket. Whoop. Right? Gets out again. Mandatory throw. Doesn't even matter where. Huck up a prayer. Like, at this point, you have to throw it. This isn't even me, like, making the rules. Amazing. You got free. Does not matter who. Does not matter where. You got to throw the ball. Like, that's not me trying to dunk on Fields. That's more me exhausted with the offensive line play, but understanding that as a quarterback on fourth down, this cannot be the ending, right? Like, now, should they have thrown him at the end? Seems awfully gratuitous, but if I understand it correctly, as soon as that whistle blows, this is a dead ball foul. As soon as it's a dead ball foul, the game is still over, if I understand it correctly. But I'm not trying to kill Fields for it, because Anthony says he's still learning, and that to me implies that somehow that suggests that I'm not acknowledging enough that, like, he's a young quarterback. He will figure it out. I think this is a learning moment. I don't think you'll see this again. Like, in late scenarios, you got to throw the ball. I think this is a great reminder that, hey, guess what? In late scenarios, I have to throw the ball. And that he'll learn from that. But overall, I mean, while pieces of this game from the entire offense were frustrating, Fields included, pieces of this game from the entire offense are so exciting. Even on a day where you could consider it a rough day from the quarterback, according to his own personal standard, right? Like, that's the key here. According to Fields' own personal standard, I think Fields did not play as well as he wanted to. I also think that if on his off day, he's throwing for 2 touchdowns and running for 2 more, 2 of those touchdowns being like straight up alien mode touchdowns, you got yourself a good player at quarterback, and that is exciting. Like, Fields is becoming must-see television, and at this rate, he's going to be a Pro Bowler. which sounds ridiculous, right? And somebody would be like, I know some person out there that just hates Justin Fields and the way that he plays would be like, oh, I cannot believe the NFL is just so rigged, so stupid. How do you put a quarterback like Justin Fields in the Pro Bowl? Cry harder, because the guy right now who's setting the league on fire is exactly the kind of person that the NFL wants representing like the brand. And so, yeah, I know you do, Jordan. Like, if this is what Fields' new rough day looks like, this is great. Like, tons of points. And so I can't help but think that if this is the, like, again, I don't know if this is like the bottom forever, because this wasn't a great day, but Fields made the plays when he literally had to, back against the wall, outside of this one. And while this loss super sucks in the moment, I do think that this loss is ultimately a huge net win. I know plenty out there are going to say, all right, Robert, we got to cut it out with the tank loss thing. Yeah, I said that. I said that after the game. I'm getting really emotional about how close it feels like Justin Fields is to just an explosive game that blows his national profile up even more. You win this, bang. You beat Miami, bang. Like, on a late game, like, I mean, legacy drive, to be honest. Like, that's the kind of thing that people would be like, oh, remember when? And I'd be like, yes. And that'd be great. But also, what are we looking for that we haven't seen? Is it really fourth quarter passing? Like, we know this offense is god awful. We know that the supporting cast is terrible. The offensive line is not good. Like, we know. So why am I asking Fields for something that's just nonsense? I would love it. That'd be great. It's not real. It's like believing in fantasy, you know? So within that, I want to try to keep even the ridiculous stuff that I could ask from Fields. I still want to keep it in the realm of real, because stuff like, let me find the play, stuff like this flat out shouldn't be happening. This is so ridiculous. I have no words. Like, Fields is becoming such a threat every time he touches the ball that it's like living in dreamland. I mean, some of the stuff that he's doing is just crazy. And like you're saying, Anthony, then you look at a guy like Josh Allen and you're like, huh, maybe not everybody's always as developed or always as pure or always as good as I want to think he is. Based on this season, would you rather have Justin Fields or Kyler Murray? I love Kyler Murray. I think Kyler Murray is incredible. I can't pick Justin Fields. Like, I can't pick Kyler Murray over Justin Fields right now. Like, Kyler Murray's incredibly talented. We've had years of Kyler Murray, though, and he hasn't taken that next step. Like, Fields is growing like crazy. And so it's not as if I have to turn things into things that they aren't, but we are seeing quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter of Fields growing, getting better, like getting closer and closer to reaching an unattainably high ceiling for the overwhelming majority of players. And I understand that if I can just call some people out, that there are some quarterback scouts out there that basically want Fields to look like Davis Mills. And it would be freaking great if he looked like Davis Mills. Davis Mills also kind of sucks. And it's not that I don't have to come for Davis in saying that. Davis Mills is an uninspiring quarterback that stands in the pocket, plays on time. He has some arm strength, enough to hang in the league, but his movement ability equates to subtle movements in the pocket. His toughness equates to the occasional third down scramble where he lowers his shoulder. Like, there's nothing special. Davis Mills doesn't bring anything to the table like that, whereas Justin Fields brings an entire new offense with him that no one else can run except for maybe Lamar Jackson. And by that, I'm talking about the running stuff, like the options, like the option stuff. It's crazy looking at what Justin Fields can do, what he can be, what he might be. And if I can be blunt, on a loss like today, on a loss like today's, look, I'm going to say something really stupid here, but I assume that if you're up with me, if you're one of the 129 lovely people that are up with me this late on a Tuesday night reviewing film, that you understand where I'm coming from. The only stupid burden of having 9,600 Twitter followers is that my mentions get really nasty when people have an axe to grind. And there are a lot of people with an axe to grind against Justin Fields. He doesn't play quarterback their way. I get it. Everybody gets to have their opinion. And I'm not about to try to say that one opinion is more important than the others. I just think that there are a lot of people who would wish for Dak Prescott. Like, not literally. If you asked them, would you trade Fields for Dak Prescott? They would say, I don't like Dak. But then they describe a quarterback. I just want a quarterback that plays from the pocket and plays on time and throws accurate strikes and doesn't try to be more than he is and isn't trying to necessarily be a hero on every single play. None of that hero ball stuff. Like, I want a quarterback that's going to help the offensive line out, like make smart decisions with the ball, take care of the football at the same time, and also lead the league in passing yards. I mean, Spectre, you say Tom Brady. I really want to stick with the Prescott thing because Dak Prescott, for 2 years, led the league in passing just about because he had special receivers around him. He threw to him. Like, it looked easy. Did it help him in the playoffs? No. I mean, at least what we are seeing with Mahomes is that you need special in the playoffs. Sure, there's something to be said here for the fact that Lamar is really struggling to win in the playoffs. Like, I get it, but it's honestly like, I don't know. The more I start to watch Fields, the more I start to realize how hard I've been on Lamar Jackson for not having good receivers. Like, the Ravens instead continue to invest in offensive linemen, kind of. Like, they've got a UDFA center in Bozeman. Actually, I think he was a 6th-round pick. Same difference. Sorry, guys. But it's not like the Ravens are giving Lamar, like, premium tools to work with necessarily. But I honestly think that, like, Trevor Siemian would really struggle, especially within this offense right now. But earlier in the season, I think that there was legitimate question about, like, based on the way the Bears were playing, because they weren't exactly using Justin Fields within this skill set, that Trevor Siemian might have been an improvement. But this one right here, like, the way that they're using him now, yeah, nobody else could do that. Like, because they are leveraging his movement capabilities, Trevor Siemian just can't even compare. Like, could probably use a little more. Let's see, how many sacks does he save his O-line per game? A lot now, but it would have been, but for a time there, he was absolutely creating more sacks than he was giving. Anyways, like, it's been cool watching him grow. It's been cool watching him find himself. Let's talk a little bit about defense and then get to sleep. So, the main guy that I want to talk about defense, if it's not obvious, the story of the game, right? Jack Sanborn. You know what I'm saying? So, 57. How good is he? Right? It's, you know what? Sanborn's fun. He's a fun little meme to have, but can I be honest? So, for those of you, the crazies that are here, like, when we were talking about Roquan Smith, I know I always brought up that I thought linebacker was the easiest position to find a replacement at in football. And shocker, here the Bears, certainly 2 games in, not much, right? Not much. It is, like, it's fun watching Sanborn because, so, Donald says 85% of the coverage, 110% of the run fit of Roquan. I'd change the numbers a little bit right now, Donald. I would say that I gave it away already. Jack Sanborn looks in this game, right, like 2019's Nick Kwiatkowski. And I think that's good news. Does that mean he's the dude? No, but he's 50 times cheaper. $20 million versus UDFA minimum is massive, like, salary difference. And you could take all that money and you could apply it to the defensive line. So you end up saying, okay, is a sweet defensive tackle and Jack Sanborn better value than Roquan Smith? Sure might be. And John, I can't help but agree. So we'll have to see what happens with some of this because, like, so the Bears start out with a blitz. There are a lot of plays that you just shouldn't care about. Like, there are a lot of plays that we are gonna skip because who cares? Like, I appreciate that the Bears were blitzing here on third down. Like, so it's not as if Sanborn is a miracle worker. Here you're gonna see an offensive lineman dig him out, right? Dig, blocked on out. Happens, right? But I want you to watch as this game goes on the way that Sanborn gets back, right? Like, it's not like a gets back up. Don't make this into Rocky. It's more to say that some of these run fits, Sanborn gets blocked out. Happens, right? Some of these other run fits, Sanborn is the fit. And the fact that a linebacker can help like that makes me think, okay, so the vision that I have, right, is a defense. Let me wind it back. I would think to myself, what if you had Sanborn playing the will spot, right? So that is Shaq Leonard. And then you had, instead of Nick Morrow, you had Bobby Okereke playing the Mike linebacker. So you'd pull Okereke, who's a long, fast, athletic, coverage-oriented linebacker. And then you'd have Sanborn playing that will spot that is, sure, it's athletic, but it's a run fitter. It's angry. It is all the block pounding that you need out of your secondary linebacker, just like Shaq Leonard. And I mean, come on. Like, the interception story writes itself, because as soon as you target the will too often, if he can take one away from you, like 50 yards given up in coverage is just, that's a great trade for the defense. If I could give up 50 yards in coverage and then get an interception in the red zone, you take it every time. I mean, that's not even to try to be semantic and stupid. That's just like math that favors the defense. Loved this call, by the way. Like, I can absolutely love on this as soon as you end up here. Wait, let's see, Anthony, what are you saying? And Sanborn is a glue guy. He's going to be a fantastic backup Mike Sam for his entire UDFA contract. He was the glue guy for a bunch more talented backers in Chenal and Doman. Jordan, I completely agree, though I will tell you, okay, so here's my opinion on linebacker, right? Defensive linemen have to make pass rush moves. Edge rushers obviously have to make pass rush moves. They have to be fast. They have to try to get to a quarterback. Defensive backs need to get to a spot, whatever that looks like. That's just complicated. And unless you're Eddie Jackson and you play with like mind reading goggles on, or you play with time travel so you've already lived the play, it's just hard to do. And most guys that do it are really good. And it's rarer. Not that you have to find them in the top of the draft, but I don't know, DBs are kind of weird. You can find safeties all over the place because I'm convinced most safeties coaches don't actually know what they're looking for. I mean, I was one of the crazy people. I felt so vindicated by this. I was one of the crazy people starting Senior Bowl season that was all over Baylor safety Josh Woods. God, I hope that's his name. I think it is, though. But so I was all over him. I was like, he's a steal. Starting around then, he was like ranked 350th. Then suddenly he was a 7th rounder. Suddenly he was a consistent 5th rounder. Dude got taken in the 3rd round. Like, safeties coaches don't know what they're talking about. Or maybe not safeties coaches necessarily, but like a lot of safety evaluators have no idea what they're watching, I think. And that's not to say, Jordan, that you don't. Like, or anybody in there that's talking about draft people. That's not me trying to like hang my hat too hard. The point is thank you. I am Cox. It was JT. I knew I'd lost it. The point is that Sanborn is not athletic conventionally. Like, that's not how he's getting to his spot. It's not like Tremaine Edmonds. It's not like Roquan Smith. He's just a clean reader. And honestly, a surprising lateral mover. But we'll get there. Like, is it that I think that he's amazing? Probably not. But I do think that he looks like he could start in this specific defense. But I'm also looking at one game. I loved this little pitch shovel. Like, look at this. Just easy. Up against a front that's all up on the line. So there are no backers sitting here. Easy pitch to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Brisker can't quite get down quickly enough. Eddie Jackson makes the tackle at the point where they need to meet, but can't stop him. That's a great, tough run by St. Brown. Honestly, like, respect. That was sweet. Here it is from the back end. The Lions are creative. Honestly, like, as much as I would love to dunk on their offense was good to start the season for a reason. And so I can't dunk on them too bad. They just beat a bad defense. Like, I'll dunk on our defense instead. Here's good old Jack. Reacts to play action. Bears get suckered a little bit. I would love to see Brisker recognize that 85 is the read man, but I'm not going to hate on it too hard. The Bears have been so bad at stopping the run that their whole team has over-pursued on play action this entire year. It's part of the reason why on these streams we stopped watching defenses, is because I felt like we were just going to say the same thing over and over and over and over and over, and I find that to be no fun. You got to remember that at this point in the game, Justin Jones is already playing. Yeah, EFT, we'll get there. But so, like, it's a good throw by Goff. Obviously, it goes as an incompletion at the end of the day. But by the middle of the game, the Bears are playing Jalen Jones and Lamar Jackson at corner. So, neato that Lamar came over from the Ravens to play corner for the Bears. Jokes aside. The Bears were so deep in their corner bag that I'm not surprised that things went badly. And they did. The Bears are definitely doing a little more with coverage rolls, by the way. I like the start in a 2-high shell. I like the fact that they spin to a 1-high shell. And these plays are legitimately fun. Like, it's a draw. And I struggle to believe that Roquan couldn't make this play. But I think Jack making this play is still good to see because he's a UDFA. And if he wants to play long term, he's got to make these plays. Also, somebody look this up on like Mock Draftable or something. I didn't have time. Sanborn feels long. Like, Sanborn, to me at least, feels bigger and longer than than Roquan did. Now again, there's a reason I ask, because I don't know that that's true. But his tackling radius feels awfully sound. Here it is in slow motion, breaks down, still managed to get a 2-hand wrap, like on a running back, breaking past his face, and sets him down for a very quick, stop, 1-yard gain at that. Somebody asked earlier, what do I think about all the zone calls on third down? They sure can't play man. There's an aspect of what do we think they're gonna do. Like, I would love it if they Fangio pattern matched. I love the Fangio pattern match. Like, at the same time, they're not going to. Like, that's not their game. That's not their style. Right here, I think Jalen Jones is way too soft on this edge. Clamp down. Why are you standing there? Like, oh. I don't mean to be silly, but like, that's a question that I know I always used to ask, and pattern matching really taught me to do it. Is like, are you standing there because that's where it was drawn on a picture? Or are you standing there because you actually think you have him covered? If you have him covered, then like, great, but you're wrong, is basically what I think I'm getting to. Like, Joe Jadez, we seem to blitz more on third down in the second half. The Bears tried to generate some pass rush, but like, this is super sad, like, from a pass rush perspective. And while it would be neat, like, look at Sanborn moving in coverage. I'm not expecting you to see a Hall of Famer, but I saw somebody on Twitter that was like, Sanborn is awful in coverage. It doesn't look that awful. Like, at least not to me. Let's see. Oh, wow. Okay, his arms are pretty short. I'm surprised. He's taller, but yeah, no kidding, John. Don't ask me that question. I would love to know. Oh, John, in zones, our players do get open. Like, if this was a bear, I'd be like, covered, covered, covered. At least he's open. The Bears just don't do a lot of short check down stuff, and they certainly did in the Nagy era. But so, yeah, Jalen Jones does I think, a horrible job. Like, I understand that this is where his zone is as a cover two corner. Bite down and cover the player. Like, at the end of the day, don't over prioritize your zone compared to the player, or you get beat. I completely agree, G. Like, if you've got no pass rush, you got to bite down. Exactly, Anthony. Like, I think he looks quite good. To me, it's not a Sanborn problem. Joe Jadez, if we took a 3T or an edge rusher, both would help. But so, yeah, I mean, Sir Lord, if Sanborn didn't take the cheese, he would be a mind reader. And he's not quite there yet. Let's make sure that we tip our hat to the pass rush, who is going to get nowhere. I mean, look, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but like, what is that? How many seconds in a drill setting? How many seconds do you think that this Detroit line could have held the Bears pass rush for? Like, how long do you think it would have taken for any of them to get through if Detroit had given them an embarrassingly long time? Like, if they'd been given 15 seconds, do they get through on this snap? Because nobody's even remotely close. Like, they get embarrassed. I would pick a different word if there was a different word to pick. They get embarrassed. When I talk like about improvements on the defensive line, and when you hear me talk about Jalen Carter or Will Anderson, it is because while I think Angelo Blackson is a thumbs up interior rotational defensive lineman, and while I think Dominique Robinson is an awesome thumbs up rotational defensive lineman, while I really like Travis Gibson as an edge 3, this ain't it, guys. Like, and not to mention, what are they doing on the inside? You got the interior guys playing edge. You got the and you got the exterior guys playing inside. I almost like it, but it does not work for a reason. I mean, it's like a false stunt, but it's bad. We're thinking outside the box. Look, I get it. Like, the talent isn't good enough to generate pressure on its own, but there's a reason that when Eberflus's defense was at its highest, this was DeForest Buckner, and this was Grover Stewart, and their edge play wasn't that bad either. Like, they just need improvements. It's just got to be better. Like, the defense won't get any better until you're able to create some pressure. And when they are able to create some pressure, I think that the coverage will get better just as a backside. But yeah, exactly. Though Eddie Jackson has a lot more interceptions in this game than he does or not this game, but like this half, I don't know, this season, than he has in past seasons. So obviously something's working. I also really liked, it's simple, but as a rookie, I think Sanborn does a good job here of recognizing, okay, play action. So watch Sanborn here. Watch 57, right? Simple stuff, but he's going to do what's called roboting. Yes, it's ROBOT. And you basically turn and you try to cut off a curl or like a dig route, something over the middle. So he sees play action, recognizes play action. You'll notice he kind of moves with Joe Thomas. But so he finds a potential curl or a potential dig. I don't know why I keep saying dig. And so as he does, his whole goal is to protect through his zone. It's simple, but it's just face guard him until he's out of it. Once he's out of it, it's not really his problem anymore. Like at that point, that's a Kyler Gordon problem. But that's solid coverage from the UDFA linebacker. Again, we got to beg the question, Joe Thomas, why are we here and not here? But that's really more of a flucism. And at the end of the day, it's only 4 yards. I do too, Anthony. Like, to me, it's even more than running to the spot. To me, it is as simple as I appreciate that Sanborn understands what he's trying to do in coverage. He's trying to take this throw away. So he's not staring at his spot and running to it. He's watching Amon-Ra's eyes because he has to. That's the read. And so then understanding the defense, spinning around just in case the throw is coming, that's the assignment. Sanborn's assignments are never going to be crazy. So the fact that you can see improvement, or not improvement, the fact that you can see him understanding his assignment and executing his assignment is really helpful because it helps us understand that you could trust him to do that. Here's another example of him getting blocked out. No worries, the better is coming. Eddie Jackson does a great job goalkeeping here. Like, you gotta love good. I mean, seriously, look at this. Eddie Jackson comes from the deep part of the field, blasts on down, keeps pace, gets his shoulder down, and blows up the back. It's not the craziest goalkeeping play that we've seen from Eddie Jackson, but it is always crazy watching just how well number 4 in particular gets into these lanes. Because remember, you're a half step late. Okay, remember Kirby Joseph against Justin Fields? When you're late to these gaps, the running back bakes you. Period. Like, that's all it is. And so when Eddie is locking these down, this is how he avoids becoming Kirby Joseph, right? And then an 8-yard gain, or maybe it's a 10-yard gain, stops at 10 yards. It's awesome. Not only Spectre, I agree. I mean, it's not that I think that they're working on an extension because Eddie's already really highly paid, but he's so good. And he's exactly the player that you want, I think, teaching Brisker. I think that's exactly the voice that you want Brisker to learn a little better or like learn from, because I think Brisker's influence, or like Eddie's influence, has already helped Brisker, no doubt. But it's cool watching. It'll be cool watching him grow. This happened a couple times. You want to talk about funny? So here's Brisker's attempt at coming down. Anthony, I wish I did. I've heard super athletic, but whenever I hear edge conversion, I hear, oh, they're converting him to the position that absolute freaks play, like Myles Garrett. Good luck. Like, don't hear me as being massively negative, but also, I hope he's rotational. You know what I mean? So Brisker comes down, and the running back begs him, because that's normal. Eddie, though, he manages to get the guy down. I think that's hilarious. Just backing it up one more time. The running back has more space, to be completely fair. But it is funny in this case, just given the widespread love that Brisker has going for him. He's a rookie. He makes mistakes. I'm not trying to be too hard on him. It's just kind of funny seeing that, like, hey, kid's still learning how to take angles. Like, also, simple, but since we're basically turning this into a Sanborn session, that's got some nice alliteration to it. I appreciate Sanborn stepping into a lane, shouldering the tight end, and just staying tough. It's not crazy. There's a lot about linebacker play that isn't crazy. It's just a matter of being in the right spot, being there consistently, and occasionally tipping the scales for you. How much can this front four improve without actual talent upgrade? Like, can only scheme so much? 100%. Case, I'm with you. Like, you bet Jojades. Catch you soon. Plays like this. Actually, I think Roquan makes this one. This is what you lose. Frankly, you might get it back later. But if it makes you feel any better, we can actually watch Eddie and Sanborn both overrun this. There is a point where you say, okay, maybe Amon-Ra is just really good, right? Because when you beat Eddie Jackson, now we're talking. You want Sanborn to goalie him a little bit better because you want to try to build basically a cage. So Amon-Ra has to come in this way, and then you lock him into this little box, right? With him right there. So you box him in, you bring him down, but Amon-Ra slips that side of the cage. Kudos for, who's that hustling? 98? I don't know who you are. There's a player named Green. Yeah, exactly, Anthony. Like, to be clear, if I call something a miss, it is one data point, right? No need to worry too much. I appreciate that Gordon's a fighter. You know what? The pieces of the game that I've watched on defense, because it's not like I went through and absolutely picked everything apart. I do have a baby. I try to pick apart the offense because I love the offense. But the defense, it's a work in progress, and it will all, like, let me put it this way. What is this? Like, names. The defense is going to look schematically different, for crying out loud, when you've got the front four here. I think the Bears want to play in two high shells way more often than they do, but they can't, so they commit an extra guy to the box all the time. Sanborn here, by the way, check out a nice little scrape over the top, as sure, the guy's down before it matters, but he gets through the offensive lineman and is able to tap him down. Yeah, Jordan, I agree. I just can't help but think, look, even though it's always going to be a 2006 defense, it's going to be a more modern version, like at least the more pass protection heavy version of that same 2006 defense when they get a decent front four that can make some noise up front without needing extreme help. So I've got that to look forward to, but they need the bodies for that to matter. Second and 12. Let's do it. Case, we need a lot more than a nose. But oh, I love this. Second and 12. Okay, so check this out. They're going to down block to set up a big old run out of the C gap. They're going to pull Penei Sewell around, right? Like, Case, you mentioned him being a fighter. You're going to love this. So everybody down blocks, and it leaves Sanborn one-on-one with a guard, which advantage guard every time. Every time. But Sanborn meets him in the hole, lowers his shoulder, sticks him, and cuts the run. Boom. That is something Roquan has not done his entire career. That's actually really cool. Like, Sanborn put it down and said, we're not doing that. And if you are looking for a cheap version of the Flus linebacker, that's it. It's run thumping. Somebody would look you in the eyes and say, who cares? Who cares about the run? Brandon Staley could serve to care about the run a little more. Like, based on how things have gone for 2 years in Los Angeles. Like, I get it. It's not that easy. But also, finding linebackers willing to get that dirty isn't easy either. And part of me thinks, okay, so let me put it this way. The Fangio scheme is taking over. The Fangio scheme asks more from coverage linebackers than any other scheme. Linebackers, like Roquan Smith, have to go everywhere. Simulated pressures, dropouts, like robot or a pseudo roboting that covers the slot receiver, like catch the back and get out to the back, scat out to it, like work back into a high zone and play like a pseudo quarters to stop a bang post from coming through. Like pass off one person to this person. Fangio linebackers are like big safeties, but they play like safeties, right? So let me ask you this: what happened to all the 4-3 backers? Well, as the 4-3 gets phased out, like as we start shifting towards a 3-4 scheme, like I know you do, Jordan, but Brian Flores is just the wild man. That scheme is so unique and cool. Absolutely. And especially when Brian Flores runs it. But anyways, back to this. With the 4-3 being phased out, what happens to the good 4-3 linebackers? Well, they drop in value, right? I am basically trying to make the argument that as backers like Roquan Smith get more and more popular, that means that a backer like Sanborn or Weatherford has a legitimate chance of being undervalued drastically because they don't play the same way that everybody else wants them to play. Like the old school thumper, the hitter that can cover a little bit. Plus, like you said, Case, an undrafted free agent with a chip on his shoulder. Like, I can't help but think that Sanborn is exactly the kind of position and exactly the kind of story that, you know what, you might be able to work, or like that might be real. You could build a real understanding for how the league missed on him, because most people, like, let's take the Eagles. The Eagles don't want Jack Sanborn. It does not matter if Jack Sanborn, let me pretend that in 3 years, Jack Sanborn's a Pro Bowler. Sanborn still doesn't fit what the Eagles are doing on defense, right? Sanborn still doesn't fit what the Bills are doing on defense. He's just not fast enough. At least, unless he played with like extreme extrasensory perception and mind reading. But within Fluce's system, no, this works. Like, that kind of run fitting is exactly what this Fluce system needs, where his defensive linemen are playing a gap and a half at max. Like, you need guys that are going to fit the run and fit it with force. That's exactly what he did. Brisker is learning it's not easy to play the to play the flat against somebody coming out of the backfield. Kudos to them being Detroit for using the back out of the backfield, setting up a third down and not enough. But Brisker gets enough. I mean, that's a field goal. I agree, Jordan. I think Bobby Okereke would be sweet in this one. Like in this defense, next to whether it's Sanborn or somebody else. Somebody, Donald, mentioned, Weatherford being a former safety, has measurables close to Urlacher. Like, measurables are one thing, the instincts, we'll have to see. I think, if I could be blunt with you, Donald, that it is a massive positive that Sanborn beat Weatherford, because I think both of them looked really solid, don't get me wrong. But I do think that if the measurables met the man where the man was, that Weatherford would be on the field indisputably, and he would have beaten Morrow out. It's not to say that he can't play. It's not to say that he can't learn, right? It's that, I'll tell you, let me put it this way, Donald. I thought Joel Iyiegbuniwe was a phenomenal athlete. I thought every time Iyiegbuniwe ended up in man coverage in the preseason, he looked amazing. Like, I'm not playing around. He looked phenomenal. He had no idea how to play football. Outrageous athlete. Had no instincts. None. I mean, none of that game came easy to him. This game. Like, the defense, it's not that it didn't make any sense. Like, he loosely knew where he was supposed to go, but he was horrible at reading his keys. He did not know how to diagnose plays. And the fact that he might have been one of the best athletes on the football field was just unimportant. Because even if he could keep pace with like any tight end in the game and even some slot receivers, like, who cared? You're not always playing coverage. Eventually you could just run at him and he'll unfit his own lane. I mean, with Sanborn, you're watching the opposite. You're watching a guy who's just like all football player. And it's fun because he's a reminder that these players do exist, like all football player. And I like it I'm cheering for him because I'm a big sap, and also I want to have something to be able to watch and cheer for while the Bears defense is on the field, because they are on the field for about half the game. Let's see, Gates, is he a Flusty guy? Which Gates? Is that one of? Oh man, is that one of Jordan's guys that he mentioned? Oh, linebacker. I don't know which Gates you're talking about, as a matter of fact. But yeah, it's like all instincts. I love this. Little play. Who cares? I care. What do we got? Thank you so much for subscribing, Andre. Watch Sanborn take on the, it's simple, but an offensive lineman takes him on. He gets off. And then he rallies to the football. He's not trying to backdoor. He's staying with the play. He's staying with the lane. Hits, gets off. Remember, everything within expectations. It is not as if I am trying to say Jack Sanborn is going to be a future Hoffer. I am making the argument Jack Sanborn is somewhere between good depth and a guy that could start on this defense and give you just enough to spend bigger money somewhere else. Is Jack Sanborn, this is the simple way I'd put it, is Jack Sanborn good enough to be the 10th best defender on your defense? I think he might be. Bears get caught on a cover 4 beater with cover 6 on. So the 6 looks like this. It is quarters to this side of the field. And then that's like half. So that's cover 3. Or not cover 3, cover 2 over here. But so the Lions counter with dagger, which is a cover 4 beater. This is just going to be open. Sure, you could hope that the corners, like that's Gordon and Jalen Jones, squeeze it a little bit better. But meh. I mean, it's hard. The real problem is, again, the pass rush. Easy. And Dominic Robinson even kind of gets involved a little bit. Like, look at him on the edge. Contact, full power rush, gets a hand towards Goff. That's better than the last time. But it's a cover 4 beater for a reason. And it's because Gordon isn't going to automatically trigger that this is his guy. And Jalen Jones has to assume that this guy's going to go vertical and deal with that. It's open. It's going to be open. You got to create some pressure. Detroit sure did make converting on third down look easy, though. Donald, I think that they need another starting level DB. I don't know if they need another top end DB. Maybe I'm being too positive, but I think that they've got other problems that they have to solve that aren't the 4th defensive back. Especially with Kindle Vildor looking okay. They just need somebody to be the depth guy, in my opinion. We're going to let some of these go by because we've got more tape that I want to crunch, and I would like to be asleep by 1. But that is me choosing me over you guys. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I agree, Case. I think that Jalen's injury time off did not help him. But we've honestly seen Jalen be relatively hot and cold. So I guess I'm not stunned. Thanks so much, Q. The Stanford Statue Donation Fund. Absolutely. Let's see. I'm just sitting here watching 57. I'm going to be honest. It's nice that he chips in on different tackles. I don't want to take anything away from him. Plays like this are not anything to write home about. Like, it's nice seeing him rally, I guess. But... Oh, we did. Yeah, Case. Somebody needs to pick something. Like... What extra stream are we doing? because we did pass the goal. So I owe y'all. What's next? What do we want more of? What do we need less of? Like, there's a piece of this that I truly don't know. Like, do we want something educational? Do we want a preview of another, like, of another team? Like, I'm 100% open. I just need ideas because I don't know what y'all don't, or like, I don't know quite what everybody wants. Bears, by the way, blitz and get caught blitzing. Goff does a really good job here of recognizing, oh, that's Brisker. He covers the flat all the time. In that case, I'm going to throw to the flat. And guess what? No one is there. Ooh, that's a good idea, Cody. That is a very good idea. I also think, Case, that while 33 looked rough, yeah, no, I agree, Case. While 33 looked rough, I will say that corners aren't going to look good when their guys are given a ton of time. But also, boy, oh boy, are fans mean to corners or what? Like, kind of like G is saying, Jalen got roasted by local sports talk shows. Yet, isn't that how it always works? I mean, Eddie Jackson endured abuse on abuse on abuse on abuse for quite some time over the last 2 years, just because the rest of the team was poor. I mean, defense is a team game. Defense is so much more a team game than the offense is. Like, offense is kind of like baseball in that, sure, it's a team game, but it's also very individual. The defense is a team game. The DB rarely looks good without the DL. Case, the problem that I have with Jalen Johnson is that I think he averages out to being a lower end CB1, with the problem being that he averages it out. Jalen gets, tangent, but Jalen Johnson, who I think is there, and if not, I don't care, gives us 4 great, gosh, that was horrible. What do you think? 6 good, 5 meh, 2 bad. That's at least my perspective on Jalen Johnson, and that's if he plays all 17 games. Like, he averages out to pretty good. More good than bad. But he definitely isn't always that good. Well, the other problem, G, you got to remember, is that let's say this receiver runs vertical and the safety gets tied up by, I don't know, like a post route over here. So Eddie Jackson has to roll over and cover this while Jalen Johnson picks up the vertical. But Jalen doesn't realize that, or not doesn't realize that's his assignment. He basically realizes that is going to be uncovered. Like, Jalen Johnson could be 5 yards behind his guy, and that could indicate a coverage bust by somebody else instead of being, like, think about it this way. If he's trailing his guy by 2 yards, he got burnt. If he's trailing his guy by 5 yards, it wasn't his guy. Generally speaking, that's how I've seen defense play out on the All-22. When somebody is that far behind and he's the first one to him, the defense as a team screwed it up. But that's just me. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Somebody asked about Kyler. Kyler's been a weird one to watch because I definitely don't think he looks as confused. But it's not like people are targeting him like crazy either. Here they put a sweet pick on, and it's a good pick. It's not like a Bears pick where they picked themselves. So, did he give up separation? Yes, but he got picked really well by a rookie in Sanborn, who's going to be he's going to be the ideal guy to pick. Because you can catch him. I'm not about to say that you're going to catch the rookie being lost, but you're going to catch the rookie out of place. I got you, G. Love seeing Brisker go for the ball, even if it doesn't come out. But those are things that you only say about a defense this bad when you knew it was going to be this bad. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Goff sure did have a lot of time. You'd love to see people be a little bit more competitive. Here it looks like Eddie gives a stern lecture to Brisker about getting back. Like he calls for him to... It looks like he calls for him to take this guy. And then he gets mad about it later. Yeah, except for then, John. Because then Eddie looks straight at Brisker. Right here. And yells something about, come on, you gotta get back. I have no idea what he said. Because you can't really lip read within a football helmet. But, yeah, look at that. That is easy stuff. Hop, hop, throw whenever you feel like it. I do too, Case. G, it has to be low. Pass breakups are just not this Bears defense's specialty. I love this. Soon, Case. I got distracted by young baby things. Jonah had a rough leap, as it's called. Gotta love Sanborn sticking his nose in, turning the defensive lineman, winning a gap. Like he wins that, which allows Morrow to flow back into it. Just being helpful on run fits. Nothing crazy. But nice all the same. Here's the defensive pass interference. I think they call one of them from it. My goodness. My goodness, John. Really? Ugh. Gotta love this play. This play is cool. Goes down as a sack. I mean, it is. But, like, the recognition from Sanborn here is fun. He realizes it. I think he might realize it first. Yeah, that little hitch step right there. That one. That's him realizing what's coming. Tracks down. Big hit. Donald, was it not DPI? Because they put the ball on the 1. Look, it's not Roquan speed, I guess, but apparently it's fast enough. I don't know. Like, on one hand, Sanborn is really fun, and him being fun as a UDFA is relatively special. We all watched Josh Woods. We know what a UDFA can look like. And that is me saying really bad. Like, it could look really bad. But at the same time, Sanborn stepping in and immediately playing like he belongs is relatively cool to see from from Matt Eberflus. But like, look, last thing I want to do is like close the door on somebody on their way out. But there are a ton of pieces, especially within this defense in particular, where I really struggle to not feel like Roquan was going to be a huge problem. And I don't know what the Ravens are going to do with him, to be honest. Like, probably pay him because they traded a second-round pick. Like, how do you not pay the guy you traded a second-round pick for? But I don't know. Bears get another big stop here. Yeah, no, Donald, I'm not going to disagree with you. The referees apparently saw different things depending on who was wearing what color jersey. Anthony, it's been a minute. But, hey, to be fair, linebacker as a rookie and running back as a rookie, the two easiest positions to flash at. But we take them. Right, Ben. 100%. John, I struggle to see this, or I struggle with the same question. Where on one hand, it's not that I'm trying to take anything away, but on the other, I don't actually know if Roquan changes the math in Detroit or versus Detroit or Miami. Certainly not Miami. Oh gosh, this is the end of the half play. This one's funny. Here it comes. Eddie seemed like he got mad. Yeah, Eddie gets mad because he wants to return this thing. And who is that? Somebody jumps up in front of him. It's 30. 36. Is it DHC? Eddie wants it so bad. Gee, I honestly think that's a linebacker like Sanborn. It's not that they're hard to find. It's that quality at the linebacker spot is, I think, the most complicated position to, I don't know, ascertain. Like on one hand, sure, you want a linebacker that is quote unquote quality. But on another hand, quality just means run stops, coverage stops. It means all the little things. Linebacker is about the little things. Where I need qualities on the defensive line, like pedigree, you know? But the pedigree to me mostly comes in the draft. That's why I know I've talked about like wanting to sign some boys in the trenches and also grab some like a pedigreed edge rusher or 3 tech if we can in the draft, because that'd be great. I think with linebacker, yeah, it'd be awesome to have like 11 all pros. But if you can find somebody like Sanborn that's able to, and it's a big if, Sanborn may yet end up getting absolutely assaulted in a couple weeks, like just brigaded and embarrassed. It's possible. And if he does, that sucks. But it may be like that may be the end of his tenure. He's got his opportunity to play his way into the future. And if he can consistently play like he did in this game, like simple enough stuff, but Sanborn goes around an offensive lineman coming for him, gets into the gap, and makes a play. 96 beat him to it, which, I mean, that does matter, but Sanborn did his piece. Anthony, we'll see. We'll see if a defensive coordinator tries to pick on like a lack of speed or something, try to get him on crossers. But Danny Trevathan struggled with lack of speed, and it didn't affect him. I mean, you got to remember, Danny Trevathan was a UDFA once. Like, I'm talking about UDFA linebackers for a reason. It's because they happen a lot. Yeah, about case. I want to get to the I think you're exactly right, Sir Lord. I think that's a great way to put it. Tight end is just about finding a football player. Linebacker is about finding a football player. Running back is about finding a football player. And those could be anybody. I mean, honestly, Sir Lord, you could say that corner in some cases is a football player. Oh, are you talking about Kwiatkowski? Uh, so he got paid big money by the Raiders, and the only reason we couldn't keep him was because of cost. Like, that's the whole core of it, right? Is as a draft pick, Kwiatkowski was awesome. Like, I can be consistent. It's when he got expensive that you go, maybe not worth the money. And so, if in theory Sanborn has a good rookie contract, he's cheap and he's functional. It'd be huge for savings. $11 million was way too much, Case. But to be fair, the Bears have been. I think Case, it's even fair to say that the Bears have been pumping out overpaid defenders for a while now. I still cannot believe the Jaguars actually paid Roy Robertson Harris $7 million, multiple years. I was like, what? Nick Williams got paid $5+ million, multiple years. What? Like, the Bears have been taking super just okay players, if that, and turning them into names that get paid somewhere, and it always makes me laugh. Is it? Do you mean Roy Robertson Harris case, or do you mean Nick Williams? Oh man, this one was a heartbreaker. The Bears' black magic that they used to somehow screw up mesh points worked again. That's like the 5th one this year, if not more. Gosh, Case, that is wild. The fall from grace. He had that 2019 season, though. Whew. He was a baller. Him and Kevin Pierre-Louis. Truly. I mean, like, literally, the joke is Kevin Pierre-Louis and Nick Kwiatkowski were probably one of the best linebacker tandems in football. Like, and in that year, in 2019, they were all over the place. It was pretty cool. Yeah, you know it's rough when you get run on by Jared Goff. Oh, how don't we get that ball? Okay, you're on that one. Yeah, no, I agree. To be fair, they can't all go your way, right? But also, get that ball. I want to at least watch up to the interception. I'm literally just trying to roll the tape to get to the interception. It will come. Oh gosh, gee. I mean, literally, I think at one point the Falcons were up to 18 and we do play the Falcons. It's a Bears reunion next week. Oh, I want to beat Ryan Pace. I want to beat Ryan Pace kind of badly. I gotta chill out. Come on, Robert, stay awake. Who doesn't, Case? Yeah, and Phil Emery. Nothing specific. I mean, the Bears want you to go on these like super long play drives, and I think they're hilarious. If only because it just forces the offense to grind its way down the field. Which, you know, it's a little in the old side. But you could truly have worse philosophies. So, like, I look at a play like this, and would I like Sanborn to make the tackle sooner? I guess. Let me see. It'd be neat, but what I'd really like is for this player, Watts, right here, to be more competitive. Look, I get it. It's not that easy. Same with Travis Gibson. There are just a ton of these plays when you watch this Bears defense that a better defensive line, like think Akeem Hicks from 2008 or 18. If you need visual aid, like think about what he and Goldman were able to do. A better defensive line places less reliance on the linebackers, meaning that a guy like Sanborn fits that much better because you need less. If it sounds like I'm trying to fit Sanborn, to some extent I am, because it's great that Sanborn can get you a couple run stops, but also he's so cheap that if he can be your de facto starter, then you know what? If a linebacker falls to you in going BPA, that's better than Sanborn. Good problem to have. But he does need to ultimately do more than one game, though. I mean, for crying out loud, it's really not a bad pass rush move right here. I want to figure out if he's green dogging. No, it's not a green dog blitz. It's just a straight up blitz, but he beats a lineman, which is sweet. Exactly, Sonny. Like, you get defensive linemen making plays. It's not like Sanborn has to make plays or I'm going to cry, you know? It's more like a cheap solution is a good solution. Or a cost-effective solution. All right, I got to skip to it. I am petering out. Oh no, big pass play against. Oh no, another one. Oh no, a run play. This has got to be it, right? The punch. Gotcha. Looks like basic cover one. It's nothing crazy. The hands to the face here is really hard to tell. Because it does look from this angle like JJ kind of punches him in the throat, which is illegal. That is hands to the face. It might have been a flop case. I truly don't know. But Sanborn gets in the lane. And he doesn't have to climb the ladder that hard or that high to go get this ball either. Just right place, right time. Sometimes when you're having yourself a game, you're just having yourself a game. Credit to him for catching it. Goff had the time. No, he didn't. Dom Rob gets through. It wouldn't surprise me, other Mike. He was Anthony. That was nice. That was a nice little play. Got screwed. But if he'd taken it back, chances are the Bears don't lose. And the Bears losing gets us a little bit closer to Jalen Carter or Will Anderson. We'll have to see. Depends on if they can lose to the Falcons, which, to be fair, I'm not trying to suggest that they should. It's more that right now as a Bears fan, you are in the position of being able to confidently say that if the Bears win, you're happy. And if the Bears lose, you can stay happy. And that's really the goal. Fields is developing. The defense is finding little gems because they're just playing. Yeah, exactly, right, Ben? Like, the defense is getting better. Defensive backs are getting better individually. The scheme is getting challenged because they don't have the dogs right up front to just play vanilla cover two behind him. Khalil Herbert's hurt, and that unfortunately provides another man up opportunity. And I, your wonderful friendly host, is exhausted. So answering some of the questions is gonna have to wait because I am collapsing. So team, good stuff. I'll catch you soon. We will do a free agency stream here soon. I'll put up a poll to pick a day. Let me put that in my calendar. Or new stream. So that's today. Ha. Perfect. You guys are awesome. Thanks so much for spending time hanging out with me. Good night, everybody. You have a great one. What a fun game this was. Truly. I had a lot of fun. I hope you had a lot of fun. And until next time, Bears fans, bear down. And thanks so much for bearing with me.